the reason we're doing it, as Venerable said, you know, this prayer that Rinpoche found, that's well known apparently, written by Thangtong Gyalpo. And let's always just remind us, let's read the colophon, just remind us what it is. So when an epidemic was spreading from one person to another, the great seat of the glorious Sakya monastery, it doesn't say when, could be 700 years ago, we don't know. So whatever the mantric masters tried, thread crosses, tormas, medicines, mantras, protection amulets, and so forth, had no effect, and the monastery was in danger of annihilation. So at that time, the great Lord Mahasiddha, Thangtong Gyalpo, performed the space refuge, and I presume that refers to whatever that refuge we're doing, recited a number of manis and then proclaimed this prayer, after which the entire epidemic immediately ceased, independent upon its performance. Thereby it became renowned as the Vajra speech radiating masses of clouds of blessings, entitled the Prayer Liberating Sakya from Disease. Okay, so because it's related to Chenrezig, and as Rinpoche, and as it says in here, we should do manis. And as we like to do, as I'd like to do, let's do also visualizing Chenrezig, and as well as reciting the manis, as well as reciting the prayer. So, reminding ourselves with our refuge first, we visualize Chenrezig and we do the refuge. So imagine forearm Chenrezig, and you know, if you're familiar, fine. If not, you do your best. In the sky in front, at the level of our eyes, sitting on a lotus, multicolored lotus, and on the lotus is a sun disk and a moon disk, so like two flat cushions, and they represent wisdom and compassion. Imagine that. And if you can't visualize, don't worry, just use your thoughts. It's good enough. I mean, as we get better, we can visualize, we imagine. So there's Chenrezig in the Bodhisattva. There's different kinds of Buddhas. Buddha is in the sutra aspect. Buddha shows as the monk, which is really the expression of all the teachings of controlling our body, speech, and mind. And so now we have the Bodhisattva path. And the Bodhisattva aspect of the Buddha, looking very beautiful, like the royal aspect coming from India, looking very gorgeous, very beautiful, you know, and all kinds of forms, hundreds, thousands of different forms in this aspect. It's called the Sambhogakaya, which is the subtle light body, actually, that only the Arya Bodhisattvas can see in their meditation. So we're imagining this, looking radiant and beautiful, everything made of light. And the manifestation of compassion, visual manifestation of compassion, a visual representation of compassion. And the mantra is like just a sound representation of the same energy, thinking like that. So if we have a spiritual teacher, a lama, a guru, a person heavy with qualities, if we have that, we imagine they manifest, that their mind manifests as the Buddha of compassion for our benefit. So he's got a radiant white light body, in this kind of royal aspect, the aristocratic sort of style, this gorgeous silken clothes. He's sitting full lotus position. He's got 4 hands, and the first 2 in the front holding a wish-fulfilling jewel. And the second 2, the second two each held about the level of his ear, and one holds a lotus and one holds a crystal rosary. And he's a peaceful aspect. His aspect is peaceful, extremely beautiful, blissful face. His eyes, and think of it as looking directly at us, each one of us. And because it's our Lama, it makes it very personal for us. But our Lama is manifesting as the Buddha Chenrezig for our benefit. And as Papan Rinpoche says, if the guru, the person whom we see as the Buddha, is not the Buddha, then who is? So he's got this 5-pointed crown like they have, you see in the pictures, and hair partially held up in a top knot. Everything's made of light, so radiant, so beautiful. So we're thinking Buddha's there, and now we take refuge. We motivate all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now we do our little meditation, then we can do some mantras. So imagine all the enemies, friends, and strangers, which is the entire universe. There's no sentient being. There's no sentient being. There's a Buddhas apart from that, but apart from that, they're all the sentient beings. We'll think of all the realms of existence, and right in front, you know, the enemies, those we have aversion to, and there must be plenty of them, and all in the form of humans, which is the form they can get enlightened in. Just imagine them right there. And to the left, your beloveds, ones we're attached to. And to the right and everywhere else, in front as far as the horizon goes, above, to the left, to the right, behind and underneath, the whole of the universe full of all sentient beings, all these strangers, all in the form of humans, trillions and trillions of all the forms, all the realms of existence. And we think, every single one, logically, everyone has Buddha nature. They're all mind possessors. They all have consciousness. So therefore their mind possesses the potential to be pure. It's Buddha nature. They all want to be happy and all don't want to suffer. They're equal in this, from this perspective, absolutely equal. And of course they're equal to me in wanting to be happy, not wanting to suffer. This is logic. So proving this logic is very powerful. So we now visualize, you know, Lama Chenrezig sending beams of light from his brow, white light, laser beams that penetrate our brow and the brow of every single sentient being in the universe. We imagine what it does is completely purify every atom of every negative imprint, every seed planted in the minds of all beings from the negative actions of harming others with their bodies, with our bodies, since beginningless time. Completely annihilating these karmic seeds, and also thinking even now, purifying our body of all the sickness and the heaviness and the incapability of this big bag of bones that we walk around in, you know. Imagine as light, but imagine completely purified all the sickness and all the karmic imprints of all the harm all of us have ever done since beginningless time, full of this radiant white light. Again, Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sends the beams of laser white light from his brow that enter the brows of every being, ourselves and every being. And because we're doing these prayers for all the poor people with suffering at the moment of COVID-19, we think especially of them. We're purifying the karmic, purifying the habits, purifying the actions from the past of harming with their bodies, in particular killing. This is the reason we have sickness, the reason that we die, and the reason we die young, and the reason we get sick. These are the two ways that our karma ripens. The experience similar to the cause of killing, you die young or you get killed, and the environmental result of killing is the way it's right now. The physical world itself is harming us. Especially this, purifying all of this completely. This time, imagining now the light coming and completely filling us with the marvelous potential of this, of a body that can only be of benefit to others. Imagine that, every one of us full of this marvelous potential, radiant, blissful body that can only benefit whoever sees us, hears us, touches us, smells us, tastes us. Imagine, full of this blissful potential. Radiant white light filling us. Now Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sends from his throat radiant beams of red light that penetrate our throats, the entire universe, purifying all the hopelessness of our speech. You know, sometimes we don't know how to express ourselves properly. We don't mean to say things that we end up saying not clear. But all the harm we've ever done, all the karmic seeds of all the harm we've ever done, especially as humans, of course, since beginning this time to harm sentient beings, totally purified by this blissful red light filling us. And that means purifying all the results, of course. And the results of negative speech are, you know, lying, we don't get believed, or people lie to us. You know, each of them has the 4 results. All those different actions we do have the environmental result, the experience similar to the cause, and then, of course, the tendency to keep doing it. All of this purified. How amazing. Blissful red light filling us. Again, Lama Chenrezig sends the red light from his throat that penetrates our throat and the throats of all beings, this time filling us with the potential, the power of speech, such that any sound we utter will benefit whoever hears it, whatever it might be. This is our marvelous potential. We'll be able to benefit others with our speech. Because the gift of the Buddha, the main gift of the Buddha is that, full of this blissful red light, this potential. And now Lama Chenrezig sends from his heart, center of his chest, radiant beams of blue light that enter our heart. Fill us, and this time purify the source of all these problems, the source of all the suffering, the source of all the suffering right now that sentient beings experience, the unbearable suffering. The experience is similar to the cause and the environmental results, and all the lower realms, all of this. The source of all this is the delusions, the misconceptions, the fantasies made up by our minds. So the root delusion, the fundamental one, the belief in the inherent me and inherent everything else, a complete projection, complete hallucination. And all the delusions that come as a result, attachment to get what that fantasy me wants, the aversion and panic when it doesn't, and all the other dramas, all of this that are not at the core of our being, instantly annihilated by this radiant blue light filling us. How amazing. Again, Lama Chenrezig sends the blue light from his heart that enters our heart and fills us completely, this time filling us with all the virtues. I mean, fully developing our mind of all the virtues. That's what's left. Once the delusions have gone, what is there? Virtues, wisdom, clarity. We've achieved liberation. The natural potential of all beings. It's blissful, radiant light filling us. So now as we continue to imagine this, let's just say the mantra for a while. Visualizing this blue light, manifesting wisdom, activating the wisdom and the natural potential of all beings for virtue and goodness. Visualizing this, wanting this so strongly, imagining it as we sing the mantra a few times. And as we say the mantra, the sound goes out. And if we're all around the world right now on YouTube and wherever, we're visualizing the sound going out and blessing all the beings as well as the light going. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Now let's recite the prayer. Again, let's remember say the motivation refuge again. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, be it not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of the Lama, of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. And we understand this, and this is the Tibetan medical system would talk about this, but this is the Vajrayana system, that every millisecond of what we think and then say and do, nothing goes astray. So on the one hand, it sows those seeds in our mind, but because our mind is intimately, inextricably linked to these different wind energies in our body, coursing through all these 72,000 channels, that's what causes sickness, the imbalance of the winds. So if your mind is anxious, if your mind is depressed, then, that impacts upon the winds, which means you get sick. And if the winds are affected by external circumstances, that affects your mind, and that's why you get depressed. So they're intimately connected. But everything we think and do and say, nothing goes astray. And that's the source of sickness and then future suffering in lower realms and the environmental results, everything else. So all this COVID-19, on the one hand, environmental result over many, many lifetimes, the collective result for countless millions of people, that even other human beings, the environment for us, and we can't even touch them, we get sick and die. That's the environmental result of killing. And then the experience similar to the cause of killing, past killing, is that we get the sickness ourselves and we die. So by protecting our mind and saying mantra and practicing virtue in the mind, that purifies us and that stops sickness. That's the point. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. So karma is a natural law. No one runs it. It's not punishment, not reward. This is the point. Whatever we think and do and say brings results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we say some more mantras. And then imagine, visualizing again, imagine, especially the body this time, purifying. Imagine light going out from Chenrezig, the white light from his heart into the hearts of all beings, purifying the causes of all this sickness, strongly visualizing that one as we say the mantra, purifying every single sentient being of every single karmic seed of any action ever done by their bodies since the beginning of this time, which is what results in their suffering, the lower realms and the experiences similar to the cause, the tendency to keep doing it, and the environmental result. All of this, imagine purifying it as we say the mantra, wanting this, aspiring for this, the strength of our mind in this fully as we say it. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 And continue to visualize so strongly again the white light coming into all beings, purify the causes of all this sickness, all the karmic imprints from beginningless lives, harming with our bodies. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum.
Om Mani Padme Hum.
So we continue the prayer. As Lama Zopa Rinpoche says, this is the power of our mind that makes things happen. You know, this is karma. So if we do something strongly with enthusiasm, with determination, with real confidence, that's why things happen. That's what causes things to happen. So with this prayer, the same. What a prayer is aspirations. Look at all these verses. It's may this, may that, may this, may that. So we're wanting this strongly. And then this increases our compassion, which increases us to practice. So it has this effect, you know. So with our strong determination, want this. May all we're coming from strong compassion, you know, for all sentient beings that we're visualizing throughout the universe. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, diseases, and the bhutas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, the dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, the Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, disease, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, but the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So Venerable Thupten Palden, you're doing the next session, or you should be doing this one? The next session. Okay, good. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So let's just go back to our visualization of Chenrezig and all the beings of the universe all surrounding us. And as we say, the mantra is again visualize. We visualize first, again, visualizing Lama Chenrezig sending from his heart powerful beams of white light that enter into the hearts, ours and every single being surrounding us in the universe, above, below, beside us, to the left, to the right, underneath and in front. All beings of all the realms, but in the form of humans, which is the form they can get enlightened in. So strongly visualizing Lama Chenrezig sending these radiant beams of white light from his heart, from his brow, like we did before, his brow, entering into our brows and instantly purifying in all the karmic imprints of actions done with our bodies, but in particular the karma that is creating the suffering, causing the suffering at the moment, which is the karma of killing that causes sickness and death, the environmental result and the experience similar to the cause. Visualizing this and wanting this, so happily visualizing as we say the mantra.
Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Continuing to visualize as we say the mantra silently. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So now we visualize this time Lama Chenrezig sending again the white light from his brow that enters the brow of every single being surrounding us, all the friends, enemies, and strangers, all wanting happiness, all not wanting suffering. And this time, imagine the white light now purifying, creating filling us completely with the marvelous potential that we all possess to be only of benefit with our bodies, eventually to be the Buddha, so we can manifest in countless bodies throughout the universe to benefit sentient beings. Imagine every being full of this marvelous potential, full of this blissful white light as we sing the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. And now Lama Chenrezig so compassionately now sends red light, laser beams of red light from his throat, entering our throat and the throat of every living being, purifying all the karmic seeds that have ever been planted in their minds from all the actions of harming with their speech, which of course is mostly as humans, which again results in the sufferings, all the sufferings we have as a result of all these actions. So purifying all these seeds and all of the suffering results of negative speech. Imagining this, full of this red light, all beings. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 And again, the red light comes from Lama Chenrezig. So happily he sends it, entering our throats, all beings, and this time filling us with the potential for the power of speech, purifying our subtle energies and purifying all the past karmic, filling us completely with this blissful energy, this potential for perfect speech, so that whatever we say will benefit whoever hears it. This is our potential, full of this marvelous potential. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 And now Lama Chenrezig sends from his heart and the center of his chest radiant beams of blue light, blue like the sky, that enter our hearts and all the beings and purify, this is the point, the causes of all of this, the delusions, the ego grasping, the attachment, the aversion, all the other thousands of delusions, the source of all the suffering we experience and the source of all the harm we do. Instantly purified. Imagine this, full of this blissful blue light. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum.
Hello.
I'm sorry. We had in the morning, can you hear me? Oh, sorry, it's not good. Okay, now it should be better. Hello, can you hear me?
Hi there. Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Yes, so in the morning we had empty slot 1 hour. This is why I was sharing the old recordings.
Okay, great. Excuse
So
me.
now,
Yeah, so I can definitely get things started this morning. Morning your
okay.
time, evening my time.
Yes, it's our morning at 10:30.
Well, thank you so much for taking care of all this technical details and streaming the recording so that people have the opportunity to still do the prayers even if someone wasn't available live.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it was good to good to recall some things from the past, also from our beginning.
Oh, good. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yes. Yeah. I share Venerable Robina from some very early, one of the first. So it was interesting.
Oh, sure. Yeah. And a very good choice. All right. Well, I'll just go ahead and get started, and hopefully some people are tuning in on YouTube.
Yes, there are people on YouTube. Okay, so I will mute myself. Okay, thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you so much. So my name is Thupten Shuing, and I am coming to you from Raleigh, North Carolina in the United States. And the picture behind me, as on the other side, is of this beautiful statue of Shakyamuni Buddha that is at Kadampa Center, which is FPMT's center here in Raleigh, and where I have been part of the community for many, many years. So I consider this home. That's where I first met the Dharma. And so I like to share pictures to help people connect with where I am and the center here, because it's a really wonderful place with amazing teachers, especially Geshe Gelek Choda, who's been here almost as long as I have. And so today we're going to do the practice of Thangtong Gyalpo in order to stop the spread of epidemics. And this is a particularly powerful prayer for this purpose. Thangtong Gyalpo being this amazing yogi who's, they talk about these yogis and how they not only are spiritually very developed, but they also can do many ordinary things in an extraordinary way. And so one of his most extraordinary talents was he learned how to build bridges, because he just saw that people were risking their lives to cross dangerous rivers to get to pilgrimage sites. And he also built ferries. So he was dedicated to helping people cross these difficult areas in order to do their pilgrimages. And he wrote opera and so many different things. But this prayer in particular was created when there was a time in Shakya that there was this terrible epidemic, and many different people were doing prayers trying to stop it. No methods were working, conventional or spiritual, until Thangtong Gyalpo spontaneously created this prayer. And it stopped the epidemic immediately. So it's incredibly powerful. And of course, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche recommended the practice. And so we're fulfilling his wishes by being here every weekend, every Saturday as the IMI Sangha in order to lead the prayers. And a big thanks to everyone else who is joining in and saying them with us. It all makes a difference, and it's all very meaningful. So thank you for that. And of course, a big thanks to the Chenrezig media team. And so before we start, we should really be thinking about setting our motivation. And so make sure that you're comfortable in order to start the practice, so you're not needing to worry about your body. Make sure your back is nice and straight, but everything is nice and relaxed. And maybe take a few deep breaths just to let go of whatever it is you're holding on to, any stresses of the day. We can start to turn to be more inner in our practice and think about our motivation. And of course, the most important motivation is the motivation of bodhicitta. And bodhicitta is specifically the wish to become enlightened in order to lead all other sentient beings, without leaving a single one out, to that enlightened state as quickly as possible, so that they are free of suffering and have ultimate happiness, this happiness that doesn't fluctuate the way that our happiness now fluctuates with our conditions of whether we're enjoying things or whether things are going badly. And we have all these emotions, negative emotions that come up that disturb our mind and cause us to harm others. And so we need to reach this enlightened state. And we all have the potential. We all have this mind that has the potential to become enlightened, this free of suffering and ultimate happiness. And we just have to do the work to rid ourselves of our delusions, our ignorance, so we can uncover and develop this mind that is our natural mind. And when we've done this, then we have all of the abilities, all of the skills, all of the knowledge, and all of the compassion needed to be helping all sentient beings 24/7, everywhere, all the time. It might be very hard to imagine, but this is what that means. And so we do our best to generate that motivation. May I myself attain this enlightened state so that I can be a benefit to all sentient beings. And for that reason, I'm going to do this practice. And may I benefit all sentient beings by saying this prayer, liberating them from all sicknesses of body and mind, and especially to end the pandemic, this COVID pandemic. And I was going to share my screen, but it doesn't look like I can do that. So if you need the practice, there should be a link underneath the YouTube video where you can click to download the booklet, or search for Thangtong Gyalpo, the Blessed Prayer, known as Liberating Shakya from Disease. And so we start with a motivation. So we've set our inner motivation, and now there's the prayer motivation that's in the practice. And for this, it's very good to connect with the Buddha, who is one with the Guru. And so we can visualize the Buddha in the form of a 1,000-armed Chenrezig, made of white light, standing on a lotus. Everything made of light. There we go. Thank you so much. There's an image now of Thousand Arm Chenrezig to help you with your visualization. And the most important thing is to have a sense of the white light that is Chenrezig, his body, and that it is the unification of perfect wisdom, perfect ultimate compassion. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. And we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And then imagine out of his great compassion, Buddha Chenrezig, from his heart, sends out a powerful beam of white, blissful nectar. And all around you are all sentient beings in the form of humans, filling space. And the nectar spreads out in beams, entering the crowns of all sentient beings' heads, filling their bodies with nectar, purifying them completely of all negative karma that has been created, that is ripening, and especially the karma to experience anything related to COVID. Freeing all sentient beings from these sufferings of body and mind. As we say the mantra of Chenrezig, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme. Om 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 Mani Padme. Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Oh, money baby. Money baby. Money baby. Money baby. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. And so holding as well as you can this visualization of Thousand-Armed Chenrezig, still sending out these nectar beams, purifying all sentient beings. As we say the actual prayer 3 times, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so think that now all sentient beings, their bodies filled with blissful white nectar, are completely purified of all negativity, all disease. And Chenrezig is so pleased. He dissolves. He comes to the crown of your head, turns to face the same direction, dissolves into white light, enters the crown of your head, illuminating your entire body, so that you and Chenrezig are one, and you and the Guru are one, seeing all phenomena as empty of inherent existence. And from that mind of emptiness, we say these dedication prayers, that may the precious supreme bodhicitta that has not yet born arise, and may that arisen not decline, but increase more and more, to realize emptiness, samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising or unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. And for the sick, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. And then we will seal the merits with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And then we dedicate for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind, supreme Tenzin Gyatso. May you have a long life, and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And we pray for the long life of all our gurus, that we may continue to follow their advice, receive the teachings in every lifetime until we attain enlightenment. And then I think it's time to turn it over.
So thank you, Venerable Choying, is it? I don't think we've ever met.
Yes.
So where are you?
I'm in Raleigh, North Carolina. I'm just trying. Oh, here we go. I'm going to remove the pin so I can see you.
Kadampa Center.
Yes.
Okay.
I think we met maybe at one of the Light of the Path retreats many years ago.
Never been
No?
to any of the Light of the Path retreats. No.
Then Bendigo, maybe?
Maybe Bendigo. Yes, I've been to all the Bendigo
Okay.
ones.
Okay. So I've been to a couple of those. So I think we met there.
Okay.
I knew you looked familiar, but I wasn't a nun yet, so I looked very different.
Okay. So thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. And I hope you have a wonderful session and it brings all kinds of wonderful karmic fruits.
Thank you. Okay, so just preparing your mind for the session by generating a positive motivation for doing it. And of course, the ideal motivation is one of bodhicitta, the precious wish to become enlightened in order to be able to enlighten all other sentient beings, freeing them from all their suffering and its causes, and bringing them every happiness, but not only temporary immediate happiness, but especially the ultimate happiness of liberation from samsara
and the peerless happiness of full enlightenment. So of course, at the moment, we're doing this practice because of the COVID-19 pandemic, but we should also keep in mind, keep perspective, that COVID-19, while it's dominating the news at the moment, is just one of many diseases, many illnesses experienced by human beings. And in terms of problems, it's just one problem among many problems that are experienced. It's just getting all the headlines at the moment, but we shouldn't forget that actually all this pandemic is showing us is the basic nature of samsara. That while we cling to the hope that samsara is like a beautiful park, as it says in Lama Chöpa, in actual fact, it's a prison. And we're imprisoned by various kinds of sufferings, four major streams being birth, sickness, aging, and death. So even amongst those four, sickness is just one of the sufferings that sentient beings experience. And there are so many other sicknesses, so many other illnesses apart from COVID-19. So of course, we pray that this pandemic will end soon, but also we should be praying that the suffering of all sentient beings, many ways in which sentient beings' sufferings, and not just human beings, but beings in the animal realm suffer. So do this practice with a strong wish that every single living being is freed from all their suffering and its causes, and that they achieve the peerless happiness of full enlightenment. So with this in mind, we'll do the refuge verse composed by Thangtong Gyalpo. We'll repeat this 7 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. Having taken refuge, we now do recitations of a Mani Padme Hum, the mantra of Chenrezig, the Buddha of Compassion. So first, bringing vividly to mind, and as extensively you can, thinking of news articles you've seen about people who have contracted COVID-19. So think about the various physical sufferings and mental sufferings they experience because of the disease. Think in particular of those in aged care facilities, those in IC units in hospitals generally, and also those being cared for at home. The most startling symptom initially seems to be respiratory distress. So think of all the people in IC units around the world who are on ventilators. Think of the physical and mental suffering, their feelings of isolation, being isolated from their families at this most difficult time. The only physical touching they're experiencing is from the nurses who are caring for them, who are completely garbed in PPE equipment. So just think of the kind of anxiety. physical difficulties and mental difficulties being experienced by people all around the world. Also think of the people who are recovering from their initial bout with COVID-19 but are experiencing the long COVID syndrome. They're now estimating that something like 40% of people who contract COVID-19, even those who don't have a serious illness to begin with, can continue to experience various symptoms for weeks and even months after having the disease. So now, if you have initiation, visualizing yourself as Chenrezig, either in 2-arm, 4-arm, or 1,000-arm aspect. If you don't have the initiation, then visualizing Chenrezig on the crown of your head. And with a strong thought of compassion, a strong wish to relieve every single human who's contracted COVID-19 from their physical and mental sufferings, generate a strong thought of compassion. And then from your heart as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip. Go to the crown of each of those people with COVID-19, whether in hospital or at home or in aged care facilities, in hotel quarantine, wherever they are. Chenrezig goes to the crown of each of those people's heads. Then healing white light rays descend, pacifying their immediate problems of disease, but more importantly, purifying them of the cause of all their disease, all their problems, not only disease, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So just do this visualization over and over again as you recite the manis. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. So now rejoicing, feeling happiness from your heart, that through your visualization, you've been able to relieve those millions of people around the world who are experiencing COVID-19, relieve them of their mental and physical sufferings, but more importantly, purify them of the cause of all their sufferings, their negative karma and delusions, and transform them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So next, bring to mind as vividly and as extensively as you can all the frontline workers all around the world in every country who are caring for those with COVID-19, whether in hospitals or at home. In the hospitals, don't just think of the nurses and doctors, those working in ICU units and general wards, but think of all the thousands of people it takes to run a large hospital, including cleaners and cooks, porters. Think of the thousands of workers in hospitals who are taking care of all those patients. Think of the kind of anxiety they're experiencing, not only because of fear of contracting COVID-19 themselves, but of taking it home to their families. And also the kind of feelings of despair and hopelessness that can come, especially in ICU units, of nursing people, with many people dying day after day, even though you're doing the best you can to care for them. Also think of the paramedics who are called to people in their homes. Think of the countries where the hospital systems are overwhelmed. So people are waiting in ambulances for hours, sometimes dying in the ambulance before they can actually be admitted to hospital. Think of the kind of physical and mental stress that's being experienced by all the workers who are dealing with this pandemic. Also think of the people who are working in quarantine facilities, those people who are taking care of family members at home with COVID-19, those who are working in vaccination centers. Just think of the millions of people around the world who every day are turning up to work and out of their generosity, kindness, compassion, are taking care of the many people who are sick because of COVID-19. So generating a strong wish to relieve all those frontline workers of all their physical and mental hardships and sufferings, generating a strong thought of compassion. Then from your heart as Chenrezig, from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, sending out healing white light rays, a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip, goes to the crown of each and every one of those frontline workers. And from that Chenrezig, healing white light rays descend, pacifying all their immediate physical and mental problems, but more importantly, purifying them, the cause of all their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion, fully enlightened being. So just doing this meditation as you recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. So again, rejoicing, feeling happiness from your heart that at the level of your visualization, you've been able to send out healing white light rays to all those frontline workers who are experiencing various physical and mental hardships because of taking care of people with COVID-19. More importantly, you've been able to purify them, the cause of all their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transform them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So next, bring to mind, as vividly as you can, all the millions of people around the world who are grieving because they've lost family members or lost all friends to COVID-19. So I haven't seen a recent total, but I think now it must be getting up towards 5 million people. It's estimated 5 million people around the world died from COVID-19. This is probably an underestimate because of poor recording in many countries. So it's estimated that for each person who dies, that at least 10 people are grieving for them. And if you think about it, I think you'd estimate that it's probably more than 10 people. So that means that it's at least 50 million people around the world, and probably more, who are grieving because they've lost family members or friends to COVID-19. And for many families, there's no sense of closure because they've not been able to be with their loved ones as they died. In many cases, not being able to say goodbye. Some of the deaths are sudden. They're happening in ICU units in isolation. And in some cases, the families don't even know where their loved ones have been buried. So bringing to mind the grief and feelings of loss and hopelessness being experienced by all these millions of people around the world. and generate a strong wish from your heart to relieve every single one of those grieving beings of their feelings of loss. From your heart as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip. Goes to the crown of each of those grieving beings. Healing white light rays descend, pacifying their immediate feelings of grief and loss, but more importantly, purifying them of the causes of all their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. Doing this visualization, you recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So again, rejoicing, feeling happiness from your heart, that at the level of your visualization, you're being able to send out healing white light rays to all those grieving beings, millions and millions of people around the world in every country who've lost family or friends to COVID-19, pacifying their immediate suffering, their feelings of loss, more importantly, purifying them the cause of all their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So now bringing to mind the billions of people around the world who are experiencing various hardships, physical or mental, because of this pandemic, not necessarily because they have contracted COVID-19 themselves or even know someone with COVID-19, but billions of people who are experiencing difficulties because of lockdowns and the feelings of social isolation, the increased levels of anxiety, increased depression, suicidal thoughts, increases in domestic violence, abuse, economic hardships being experienced by many people, particularly those with small businesses. And also think of the delusions that are arising in many people's minds, fear and anger, frustration, people involved in protests, people who are resenting mandates about vaccinations and social isolation. So just bringing to mind all the many incidences of physical and mental suffering that have been precipitated by this pandemic. Generate a strong thought of compassion, a strong wish to relieve all those billions of people around the world of all their suffering, mental and physical. More importantly, a strong wish to relieve them from the cause of their sufferings, their negative karma and delusions. From your heart as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip. Goes to the crown of each of those suffering beings, those billions of people around the world. Healing white light rays descend, pacifying their immediate physical and mental hardships, but more importantly, purifying them of the cause of all their sufferings, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So just doing this visualization as you recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum.
On the right here is what we call the Tara Gompa. So very beautiful, and Tara is a female Buddha, and she's like the Madonna in Christianity, compassion, and known for the healing missions. So there's green Tara and white Tara, the legend is that
So again, rejoicing, feeling happiness from your heart that at the level of visualization, you're being able to relieve all those billions of people around the world from the physical and mental hardships precipitated by this pandemic. More importantly, being able to purify them from the cause of their sufferings, their negative karma and delusions, and transform them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion, a fully enlightened being. So now finally, visualizing as extensively as you can all sentient beings in the 6 realms with whatever knowledge you have of the 6 realms, not just the realms we're familiar with, the human and animal realms, but beings in the hell realms, the preta realms, the sura and asura realms. Think of the particular sufferings experienced in each of those separate realms, and then as well as all the general sufferings of samsara. And then generate a strong thought of compassion, a strong wish to relieve all those beings of all their immediate sufferings. More importantly, the cause of their sufferings, their negative karma and delusions, and transform them into Chenrezig. So just visualizing that from your heart is Chenrezig, the heart of Chenrezig on the crown. Healing white light rays go out, tiny replica on the tip. Goes to the crown of each and every one of those countless living beings in the 6 realms. Healing white light rays descend, pacifying their immediate problems, but more importantly, purifying the cause of all their problems in samsara, negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So just doing this visualization as you recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So rejoicing, feeling happiness from your heart. Through your visualization, you're being able to relieve countless living beings, all their suffering and its causes, and transform them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So now I'll recite Thangtong Gyalpo's prayer that helped to liberate the Sakya monastery from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Gaha spirits, illnesses and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as if they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Gaha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that hum suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that hum suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that hum suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now just concluding with the dedication verses from chapter 10 of Shantideva's A Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life. So just think that any merit, any positive energy we've created by doing this practice are dedicated to these particular goals. Through the virtue of having done this practice, may all living beings come to engage in the Bodhisattva's conduct. May all beings everywhere plagued with sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. For as long as they remain in psychic existence, may their mundane happiness never decline, and may all of them uninterruptedly receive waves of joy from bodhisattvas. May the blind see forms, may the deaf hear sounds, and just as it was with Mayadevi, may pregnant women give birth without any pain. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food, may the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy, may the forlorn find new hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their illness, and may every disease in the world, especially COVID-19, never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting one another. May no living creature ever suffer, commit wrong, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled, or their minds ever be depressed. In all temples and monasteries, may reading and recitation flourish and remain. May the Sangha always be in harmony, and may their purposes be accomplished. May sentient beings again and again make offerings to all the Buddhas, and may they constantly be joyful with the inconceivable bliss of the Buddhas. Just as they intended, may the Bodhisattvas fulfill the welfare of the world, and may all sentient beings receive whatever the Buddhas have intended for them. For as long as space endures, and for as long as living beings remain, until then may I too abide to dispel the misery of the world. So thank you very much. And I'm not quite sure who I'm handing over to.
To Tendren.
To Tendren. Hi, Tendren. How are you?
Hi. Good to see your face.
I can't see your face, actually. I don't have you up on my screen at the moment.
Okay.
So,
Well, it's
so
lovely to hear your voice.
Where are you at the moment? Still in Florida?
In Florida.
Okay. How's it
Yes.
going?
It's hot, but that seems to be, my karma. So that's all right.
That's all right. We're heading in that direction now.
Yes. So, well, things pretty good there, huh? With the virus.
Yeah. Relatively speaking, yes. Not so good where you are, I expect.
No, Florida is fighting every rule. So, but I think the numbers are finally going down. So,
good.
So
okay.
Good to see you.
Okay. Enjoy your session.
Thank you. Take care.
You too.
Okay, well, let's resettle our minds. So if you're just joining us, it's like 9:30 in the evening in the United States. So this is a wonderful end of day practice. This opportunity to really practice for the sake of others. So we're so fortunate to have Lama Zopa Rinpoche give us advice on what to do in these difficult times. Samsara is always difficult, but being able to follow the Guru's advice, relying on the Buddha's teachings, help us to do something that may be of benefit. So take a moment to imagine that while you're sitting here, you're surrounded by all the people of your life. Your family is close behind you. Your father on your right, your mother of this life on your left, your siblings, your partner, your children, all sitting here with you. All your friends and their loved ones, your Dharma community and their loved ones. And then all the people that you don't know, at least in this life, but they've been busy creating all the things that you use every day. They help get food on your table, the clothes that you wear, the car that you drive, all the devices that you use, everything that you use. Countless strangers have been involved in helping you have all the things that you need. So we have this precious human rebirth in this life, so fortunate, and we're using it so meaningfully by following the advice of our teacher in order to be of benefit to suffering sentient beings. So imagine that in front of us all is a large jeweled throne supported by 8 great lions, on top of which is a seat of a variegated lotus and moon and sun mandala. On top of this sits the essence of my own root guru and the aspect of the conqueror, Shakyamuni Buddha. The color of his holy body is the purest gold. He has a Upanisha on the top of his head, 1 face, 2 arms. His right hand is in the mudra of controlling the earth, and his left in the mudra of concentration, holding an alms bowl full of nectar. He's wearing the saffron robes of a monk. His holy body is in the nature of transparent light. He sits in the Vajra posture in the center of an aura of light rays. Surrounding him with the direct and indirect lineage gurus, Yidams, Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, heroes, Dakinis, and host of Dharma protectors and guardians. And in front of each of these holy beings sits the Dharma, having the nature of light in the form of text. I really think that you are in the presence of your teachers, of enlightened beings who understand and accept us just as we are, and who strongly wishes to help us reach the state beyond sorrow. So at this moment, we're using our life meaningfully by fulfilling the advice of our teacher, Lama Zopa Rinpoche. But from beginningless time until now, all of the mother sentient beings surrounding us, ourselves, have been experiencing the various general sufferings of samsara again and again. Only the enlightened ones can protect us from these sufferings. So in reliance on the enlightened ones, let's recite the refuge prayer, the motivation from the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, this blessed prayer known as liberating Shakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now imagine that the refuge field dissolves into light and absorbs up into Guru Shakyamuni Buddha. Shakyamuni Buddha comes to the crown of our heads. We're surrounded by countless sentient beings. And above these countless sentient beings, Shakyamuni Buddha. Shakyamuni Buddha dissolves into light, fills us with purifying white light, eliminating all the causes of suffering, and fills us with golden light, all the good qualities, everything we need to create the cause of happiness. Shakyamuni Buddha dissolves into light, comes down through the crown of our heads, and resides at our heart. We can always rely upon this enlightened energy and the teachings and the wisdom and compassion of all enlightened beings who are the essence of our own root guru. So now imagine that in the space in front, thousand-armed Chenrezig arises. His body is in the nature of white light, youthful, decorated with magnificent jewels. And while we recite the mantra of great compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum, we can picture these rays of light from Chenrezig's heart, entering our hearts, entering all the sentient beings surrounding us, So really refresh your sense of being surrounded by all the sentient beings. All those that you know, that you care for, all those that you don't know. But if you knew, it would be easy for you to develop compassion and love for wishing them happiness, wishing them freedom from suffering. And even all those sentient beings that we're having difficulty with in this life. This difficulty is impermanent. So instead of focusing on our own difficulties, let's bring to mind all the suffering of others, particularly those who are suffering from the COVID-19 around the world. Some have already passed away. Many have already passed away. Some are right now in the bardo. Some are in hospitals. Some are wishing they could be in hospitals. All their loved ones are terrified. So we're going to recite this mantra on their behalf, sending them some wonderful, enlightened rays of light from Chenrezig's heart, transforming into exactly what they need in this moment for all temporary and ultimate happiness. So let's see, we'll recite this mantra for about 5 minutes, maybe a little more than 5 minutes. Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, mani. Mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. So now take a moment to rejoice in your efforts and rejoice in engaging the enlightened activities of Chenrezig for the sake of all sentient beings, on behalf of all those suffering, particularly from COVID-19, and also rejoice in all the merits of all those who are helping those who are sick in all the various ways people need help, all the people who work in hospitals, all the people who bring help to their homes, all the people who make sure there's food to eat, all the people trying to find oxygen tanks in places where it's very difficult to find oxygen, all the people praying around the world for people to get well, for this pandemic to end. So many kindnesses is from ordinary beings just like us, not just in this moment, but since beginningless time, and that we can feel 100% certain will be happening in the future. And rejoice in all the enlightened activities of all the Buddhas, of all our teachers, thinking how wonderful this is. And all these acts of virtue will ripen in some way to benefit. So we just want to dedicate those benefits to all those who are suffering. So we'll recite the prayer, the Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo 3 times. All these sentient beings, particularly those who asked you to pray for them. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we'll continue with the request to pacify the fear of famine. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate, victorious one, completed the two accumulations, the assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, hearers, Pratyeka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, the Lord of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love. And then in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed, jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth on this world's land of snows. Please pacify the harms of the four elements, untimely wind, rain, drought, fire, floods, and so forth. And may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. And then the words of truth, pacifying the dangers of weapons. Om Mani Padme Hum. Great, loving, victorious one, Arya, sublime, compassionate eye, looking one, wrathful, victorious, Hayagriva, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5 generations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please drive this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. You're defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who, by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all inhabitants and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which is that ultimate reality, and the compassionate guru, mind sealed deity, and the rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. Now imagine that Chenrezig dissolves into light and absorbs into us, blessing our body, speech, and mind with his holy body, speech, and mind. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta, not yet born, arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Please bless us that the lives of the glorious gurus be long, that all beings equaling the extent of space be happy, that I and others without exception collect merits and purify obscurations, and that we quickly achieve Buddhahood. Because of all the merits of the 3 times created by me and all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and other sentient beings, may there be no wars, famines, disease, quarreling, fighting, or unhappy minds. May there be great prosperity, and may everything needed be easily obtained. May everyone have perfect conditions and have only compassion and love for each other in their mind streams, and may they only benefit and never harm each other. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who exist but am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment which exists but is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state by myself alone. For the long, healthy, happy life of His Holiness, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in the world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may you have a long life and may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you will uphold the Sidur's moral way, who serves the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 rare sublime ones. Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Hello, Damcho.
Good morning, Venerable Tendrin. How are you?
I'm good.
That was a lovely session.
Well, I turn it over to you.
No, but that lovely flow and energy that you're passing on to me now, that's really, really nice. Thank you kindly.
It's
much appreciated. And you always do it with a smile.
Tomorrow.
Well, tomorrow. Yes, we should do.
care.
You too. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
That was Venerable Tendrin, one of our regulars. It's always lovely to see her. And thank you very much if you supported Venerable throughout her session. And if you've been with us from the start today or just joining, good morning, hello, depending on what part of the world you're in. And also hello to Chenrezig Institute for hosting us diligently. Let's have a look. Who's with me this morning? Ooh, they're all gone shy over there. So now we have this wonderful team at Chenrezig and they have been keeping us up on the air. Oh, Malgo.
Yes, hello.
Hello. I really said Venerable Malgo. I tried to convince her to get roped. No, anyway, lovely to see you. And yeah, that was a lovely email that you sent in. I hope I did what you said and I shared it. I hope you've seen that.
Yes, thank you for sharing.
There were lovely photos that you sent in from that lunch. So hope all is well and hope you're all now free to move around a bit more again. Or are you still under restrictions?
Well, we still need to wear mask.
Mm-hmm.
We still need to wear mask, but when we eating, it's fine.
Yeah.
So fortunately, during the lunch, we didn't wear it. But yeah, so we have restrictions still.
Mm-hmm. But at least it can. So the area is Queensland, isn't it? Queensland isn't under lockdown. It's is Sydney still in lockdown, or have they eased up there as well?
Well, I don't know about Sydney. Yeah, it's changing so all the time that I'm not following it.
You're okay for now, apart from the mask. So
Yeah.
that's the main thing, and everybody's well. That's always good to know. Anyway, so thank you very much for hosting and looking after us. And so now 64th week or 65th week. So yeah, it's been quite a while. And what I liked in your message, Margaret shared a lovely message with everyone. When we look back, we really didn't know much, how it would pan out, what would be more conducive for doing the practices where we are, how we best work the communications aspect and the media. And I think did I get this right? You said actually up a new media unit for that specifically, didn't you? In many ways, although you had a media team, but it was adjusted in a way to accommodate the demands and things.
Yes, it was, everything was new, right? We didn't know how to organize it with everyone, right? Everything was new for Sangha, and also for us, how to run 24 hours, right? So we need to build the team and share, because one person cannot do 24 hours. Yes, and also we had internet problems in Gompa, so we had to be in office, and it was difficult to make background office, beautiful, because office is just an office, right? And we find it's not very proper to show, just laptops and so we always put some tankas in the back. Yeah. But also it was some kind of effort to show only tankas, not the background with office. So this is what I remember from beginning.
Yeah, but it's and that's why I think it's so important that we as a Sangha in front acknowledge, and all the hard work that goes in the background. And I mean, and when we talk background, not just we have a beautiful background behind us, but really the technical effort to make it work, because it has been quite a big challenge. And from a global point of view, and it's one thing, to shout down the corridor, do you get a signal down the Gompa? But it's difficult to do that when you're in Australia, and check whether we get it in Europe or in America or God knows where. So I think that's why it's always nice, to see you guys there, and the whole team really, and worthwhile acknowledging that without all that hard work and help, we'd be sitting here on our own, in our own places, gompas, monasteries, etc. And we do the recitation, but we couldn't share it as freely as you have enabled us to do. So thank you very much.
Yeah, and I could add that we didn't expect that it will be more than 1 year. We thought that it would be like 2 months.
Yes.
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 And now,
I think that was sort of from my end when I got involved. That's you're like, okay, Rinpoche was quite clever. He said, until the pandemic subsides or he decides otherwise, and you go like, what does that mean? And then you're trying to get people on board. You don't know whether you can sustain it, but it's really amazing how we managed to sort of sustain, the weekly flow.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes you have easier days, and on the technical side, or on the booking side than others. But I think that's just part of the fun. Well, okay, let me just rephrase it, because I don't want people to think we're just having a ball here, and it's just that. I mean, of course, it's done to eliminate the suffering and ease the suffering of others, and make personal negation for those who. But it's joyous in a way of the joint effort that is going in, or has gone in. That cooperation, that so many come together every week, and not just in terms of the tech team, the office team, the Sangha, but also the people that join us every week online on YouTube and Zoom, and then the feedback we're getting, and to see that we do seem to be making difference to them, to some who actually share that experience with us. So and that is the joyous part of it, that it's actually worthwhile. It's not just something we just do routinely, and it's just nobody, I don't think, has lost the enthusiasm of doing prayerathon every week. So and I think that is what has kept the momentum going. So thank you very much to everyone. But again, without the tech team, we couldn't be screening out there and reaching so many people. Thank you very much, Margot. All right. My love to everyone at Chenrezig. So that was Margot, who's heading the multimedia team at Chenrezig. And it's important that we do acknowledge all those who do all the work, unseen in the background. And that's true for so many aspects of our lives. And what we should be grateful for when we obtain products, and when we eat produce, the effort that has gone into the production, the people that have been involved in producing our food, or putting together all the items that we own. It's not just sort of like, oops, it comes off a shelf. It comes from somewhere. And also, if you think about what's being produced through nature, right down, the pollination aspect of crops, through the insects, which you so easily, find irritating. So, we really, if you go down the line, now the conditions have come together, with the weather and climate, etc., just to make sure that we can have all the things in our lives. And so it's always nice to be mindful of that. And yes, as Margot said, we did know how long it's going to take, and we're now in our second year. We started our second year in August, and while in a way this has been a sad fact that we have to carry on because of the pandemic. As I said, it's also good to remember during those times that there are also positives that come out of difficult situation, and in this case, that as a community we have grown. We have come closer together, and also the efforts week in, week out that go in through all those wonderful leads who take their turns in leading prayers. And for those of you who keep joining us, and have done so for quite a long time. And I noticed we had some regulars tuning in again on YouTube, and okay, it's just the early hours now of this weekend's event. But I just want to sort of say hello to Anna and Regina and Sarah. So some of our regular names, and these names do pop up interesting throughout the day. It's nice how people have integrated what we do as part of their routines, and you know, we don't expect people to sit here for 24 hours, but it's also nice to see people, you know, taking the time at different times of the day, just to tune in, just for that little bit of comfort or opportunity to practice with us, say prayers with us. You may just be here to say, okay, what is this Chenrezig thing? You know, what are they talking about healing with Thangtong Gyalpo? And that's perfectly all right as well. And we don't discriminate in any form or shape against other faith groups. So if you're Buddhist, great. If you're non-Buddhist, that's fine. If you you know, it's perfectly all right. So you're always welcome. Okay. So I think I waffled enough for this session. So, but yeah, it's always nice to get a chance to exchange a few words with the other leads and the tech team. So at least we know the lines are working. All right. So let's take a few deep breaths. And just think about your own motivation, why you decided to tune in. It will be because if somebody, you or somebody in the family is sick, maybe somebody is in the process of dying or has just died, maybe going through difficult times, you know, financially, socially, emotionally, so many different ways. And it just seems nice to come together in prayer. A request to be included in prayers, and that's perfectly all right as well. Maybe here because it's just part of your it's part of your daily or weekly practice. Many of you who joined us with prayerathon at the beginning, and also to be said for quite a few of the Sangha who are unfamiliar with this particular practice, have taken it on them to really look, you know, to really get involved in this practice now on a regular basis. And some of you and some of the Sangha really are looking forward to being here, to come together, to commune. As I said, you may just be here to see what it's about, and just have a little quiet time in a busy schedule. And that's all right. I'd like to start with a few verses from the King of Prayer. Some of you will know I like to recite on a regular basis because it sets our motivation, or at least my motivation. It acknowledges the community of the Sangha, but also everyone who's joining me right now, or anyone who's joining any of the other leads. So we can see ourselves as a global community wherever you are. It acknowledges our teachers and gurus, but also you can include in that anyone who gives you inspiration to act in a positive way. Then, of course, that the ultimate motivation for bodhicitta to be of benefit to other sentient beings for as long as it takes. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms, in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide our wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the inner space, likewise limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. And if we also add to that the 4 immeasurables to generate a deeper bodhicitta. May all beings enjoy happiness and the causes of happiness. May all beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May all beings never be apart from the supreme bliss which is free of all suffering. May all sentient beings live in great equanimity, free from the attachment and aversion that keeps some close and others distant. If we visualize in the space in front of us our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig, if you had the relevant initiations, please feel free to self-generate. If not, just visualize the deity in the space in front or above the crown of your head. For those of you joining us from a different faith background, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion for all beings. And anyone who is reluctant to visualize or engage with deities, just visualize a clear light in the space in front above the crown of your head. And let that light be filled with love and compassion for all sentient beings. Visualize a light radiates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions and across the 6 realms. And each light beam finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings wherever they are. Be right next to you, maybe at the furthest corners of the universe. Each light beam that's being sent out from the Guru's body finds one of those infinite number of sentient beings and enters them through the crown of their heads, filling them with great love and compassion and purifying light nectar. This light enters their bodies. All those beings are purified atom by atom of all negative karma and delusion. its beginning of lifetime. Or we can feel the purification taking place. Getting rid of all that samsaric grime and staining. Feeling rejuvenated. Feeling more joyous, getting rid of all that weight. Let's recognize the enjoyment and the health feel of being freed from all the negative karma. When we look around and we see all Mother Sentient beings experience the same bliss, we recognize that we're not alone in the wish to be free from all suffering, but that all beings wish to live a long and healthy lives, free from abuse and sickness and other forms of suffering. We recognize that we have done so much wrong through actions of body, speech, and mind, having caused so much harm and suffering. And in return, we have experienced that kind of suffering ourselves. Who wants to be thought of negatively, spoken to harshly, treated unfairly? None of us. So invite all Mother Sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called upon all Mother Sentient beings to join us in taking refuge, the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. And the Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, more and more of the light nectar is intensifying and puring the cleansing, purification action. And we can feel how gradually more and more of our true nature is being revealed, our Buddha nature. We begin to glow atom by atom, space between those atoms. Being filled with that light, we begin to radiate light back to the Guru, exchanging light back and forth, and ultimately exchanging ourselves with all other Mother Sentient beings, who themselves exchange themselves with the Guru and with one another. We all become one with the Guru. We all become one with one another. We are one source of love and compassion for all Mother Sentient beings. And like a great beacon of love and compassion, we radiate into the darkness, dispelling the darkness. As more and more sentient beings join us. And like a beacon, giving hope to those who are still lost in the darkness to find a way out. And like a searchlight, we shine into the darkness to find those who are lost and need our assistance. And again, remember that it's through the actions of our body, speech, and mind, represented by Om, that so much suffering has been created. But there's a way out of the suffering. All we need to do is to transform to the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the holy Guru, also represented by Om. In order to do that, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine those in Om. And once we have achieved the holy state, we can be of maximum benefit to all other sentient beings. But we don't have to wait to be of service until we're enlightened. We can help here, right now, with whatever means we have at our disposal. A smile, change of attitudes, not rushing to conclusions why somebody's in suffering, making ourselves available to be of benefit to all those wonderful beings. So as we recite the Mani mantra, keep on visualizing how you exchange yourself with the Guru and all other sentient beings. Your body is being filled continuously with that light of love and compassion, and how you yourself radiate from the inside out and let light pour out of your pores in all 10 directions. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum. Mani 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 Padme. Having acknowledged our mistakes of body, speech, and mind since beginning of this lifetime, which created so much suffering to other beings and ourselves. Having promised, making the pledge that from now on we wish to engage in wholesome actions that benefit mother sentient beings to eliminate the suffering that we have created. Having taken refuge in the Guru and exchanging ourselves with the Guru and all mother sentient beings, whilst reciting the Mani mantra, maybe now visualize ourselves as pure and holding on to the pure state for as long as we possibly can for the duration of these prayers, the end of the day, next few days, week, month, year, lifetimes, whatever your capability is. And we now call upon the Great Mother Tara to join us in removing obstacles that may arise throughout this practice. Remove any obstacles that may arise in the recovery of those who are sick. To remove any obstacles that may arise for those who have passed into the body or are currently in the process of entering the body. Whether are we given a favor rebirth. And also to move any obstacles that may arise for those who are suffering hardships by other means, so that these obstacles are being removed, so that these beings may be given whatever resources are necessary to overcome those hardships and return to a state of happiness that is free from suffering. Tara mantras has also been recommended by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama to be recited during these times. And if you want to follow his advice, the advice is ideally at least a minimum of 1,000 recitations. We do one mala, so that's 108. If you want to add that to your count, that's all right. And you know, if you haven't got 1,000 recitations, you know, it's as long as what we do is we do with a pure heart, rather than pushing to meet the numbers, do fewer recitations, but with the purest of intentions. So if we visualize Mother Tara in the space in front of us, emerald green in color, light radiating from our body, and each line beam again, finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings across the 6 realms, entering their bodies, clear away all obstructions, body, speech, and mind. And Om again represents the holy aspect of Mother Tara, the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind. Tara liberates us from samsara. Tara liberates us from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt, and miserliness. Tara liberates us from diseases and illnesses, both physical and mental. Om Tare Dudare Dure Soha. 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 Om Tare Dudare. Om Tare Dudare. Om Tare Dudare Dure Soha. 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 So, through the great kindness of Mother Tara, all obstacles have now been removed. So the surroundings have been cleared of all obscurations. May we now call upon the guardians to join us. For the Vajrayana, we call on Vajrapani. We also then call upon Black Manjushri. And again, despite the appearances, with their wrathful and ferocious looking faces, we should respect and embrace those beings, for they've taken it upon themselves to make sure that we stay on the straight and narrow, so that we ourselves do not create suffering through our own stupidity, therefore stopping us from being harmed, but also by creating harm for others, but also protecting us from outside factors that could harm us. So put a lot of time and effort in to make sure we're okay. So the least we can do is respect them for that, and not get annoyed when they tell us off because we were about to do something really stupid. So for the Vajrayana, visualize the ferocious looking dark blue Vajrapani in the space in front. His feet are stretched out, and he holds a Vajra in his right hand and his necklace in the left. His body is ablaze with transcendental wisdom fire, and from his body emanated fire, Garudas, iron, scorpions, black pigs, wind, fire, and noxious vapors of poisonous gases, which like violent winds and hailstorms destroy all disease, epidemics, spirit harms, and interferers. And again, we have to be mindful of that word interferer. We do not really wish to destroy the being. What we wish to destroy is the motivation, the root cause for the being to act a certain way. Because if we don't do that, and then the being keeps on acting that way and will find it hard to be liberated from the suffering that it's experiencing. So motivation should not be that of destruction of the being, but the destruction of the root causes for the being to be programmed a certain way. So we wish it to be free and be of benefit to itself and other sentient beings. You sound the mantra 7 times. Vajaped, Padmasvari, Ped, Navashir, Neganine, Taita, Savarita, Hana, Hana, Vashna, Raksha, so Vajaped, Padmasvari, Ped, Navashir, Neganine, Taita, Savarita, Hana, Hana, Vashna, Raksha, so Vajaped, Padmasvari, Ped, Navashir, Neganine, Taita, Savarita, Hana, Hana, Vashna, Raksha, so Vajaped, Padmasvari, Ped, Navashir, Neganine, Taita, Savarita, Hana, Hana, Vashna, Raksha, so Vajaped, Padmasvari, Ped, Navashir, Neganine, Taita, Savarita, Hana, Hana, Vashna, Raksha, so Vajaped, Padmasvari, Ped, Navashir, Neganine, Taita, Savarita, Hana, Hana, Vashna, Raksha, so Vajaped, Padmasvari, Ped, Navashir, Neganine, Taita, Savarita, Hana, Hana, Vashna, Raksha, so now we call upon Black Manjushri. He is wrathful, and he has 3 eyes, 2 arms. He's adorned with precious bone ornaments and stands in the midst of a mass of fire, and flames of clear light emanate from his heart, pervading inside and outside of our bodies. The bodies of all mother sentient beings, puring all negative karma, all negative karma, obstructions, sicknesses, spirits as previous note, and dangers, and burning away all black magic, curses, and so forth. And again, we recite the mantra 7 times. Om tam chu chu su du tu su du mi su ninga la chakala jakam sham tam pepe su. Om tam chu chu su du tu su du mi su ninga la chakala jakam sham tam pepe su. Chu chu su du tu su du mi su ninga la chakala jakam sham tam pepe su. Om tam chu chu su du tu su du mi su ninga la chakala jakam sham tam pepe su. Chu chu su du tu su du mi su ninga la chakala jakam sham tam pepe su. Om tam chu chu su du tu su du mi su ninga la chakala jakam sham tam pepe su. Om tam chu chu su du tu su du mi su ninga la chakala jakam sham tam pepe su. So having now fully prepared ourselves, maybe now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, and 15 minutes. Yeah, so we should be careful of 3 recitations, and what I like to do is if we include the prayer by Thangtong Gyalpo from his previous life as the monk Pema Karpo, praise to Sublime Chenrezig. And why do I like to include this one? Because it reminds us of how our karma works, how we end up in certain realms. The 6 realms are manifestations of our mind, and if we listen very carefully and follow the lines, we can recognize very quickly some of the traits that we're displaying in our own lives. Some of them may be more dominant than others. We often quick to judge these traits in other people and other beings. So again, thinking about our own judgment on these. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Sujinam Chenrezig. I pray to you, most sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, great refuge and protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, loving protector Chenrezig. Please hold us with your compassion and compassionate Buddha. For all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times and enter samsara and to endure the unbearable torments, there is no other refuge than you, great protector. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of hatred, one is born in the hells. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfection. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginner's time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of hungry spirits. They are beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the perfect pure land of the Potala. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginner's time under the influence of ignorance, one is born as an animal. May all beings afflicted by suffering of stupidity and dullness be reborn in your presence, O protector. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginner's time under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of men. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect pure land of devotion. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginner's time under the influence of jealousy, one is born in gods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of the gods. May all beings who undergo the suffering of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Throughout all my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the supreme sound of the six-syllable mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, throughout the 10 directions. By the power of thus praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings I will have to train pay the greatest of attention to karma, strive to act virtuously, and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. So recite the main prayer 3 times. So with the 3 times, if you think about the suffering of the body, the suffering of the speech, the suffering of the mind. So again, we all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grass, sinners, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 8,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of his names, therefore, beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as sounds of grass, sinners, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So that's the conclusion of the main prayer. Let's have a quick look what time it is. Sorry. All right. So if we turn to dedications. Where we dedicate the merits we have accumulated in these sessions, in our previous sessions, and future sessions still to come, our own and merit of others, to the benefit of our mother sentient beings. May all sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes. May we be the cause for them to be freed of all this. May our mother sentient beings achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible and always live long and healthy lives. May we dedicate to the precious community of Sangha, not just our own tradition, but all traditions around the world, for the continuous effort of keeping the flame of the Dharma alive by engaging in studies, giving teachings, and helping translate the Holy Dharma so that it's accessible for all beings who wish to engage with the Dharma. May all our brothers and sisters live long and healthy lives, never be separated from the Dharma and our precious teachers. May they reach enlightenment as quickly as possible, and may we enjoy the company in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the precious lay community who, through the kindness of giving their time, expertise, and financial support to centers and charitable projects, to ensure that the teachings may continue. May they all live long and healthy lives. Never be separated from Sangha and precious teachers, and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to our precious gurus. If they haven't done so already, may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible and all the holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. And our precious teachers live long and healthy lives. May we never be separated from their wisdom and guidance in this and all future lifetimes. May particularly dedicate to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, a great beacon of hope and compassion in these turbulent times. May we recognize how blessed we are to be alive and in human form, so that we may benefit from His teachings and guidance. His Holiness wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we always be guided by His wisdom in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who through his great foresight and wisdom has tasked us with these prayerathon, which has brought us as a community of Sangha much closer together globally. Also has enabled us to come together in practice to benefit other sentient beings, and we have been able to reach out to all those of you who kindly have supported prayerathons since they started, and continues to serve all beings during these times of the pandemic. May Lama Zopa live long and healthy lives. May we always be guided by His wisdom in this and all future lifetimes. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, and poverty and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time. May sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. And lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. The long life prayers for His Holiness Lama Zopa. Dangri rawe kuwe shingam di pendang dewa malu jungwe ne Chenrezig Gyalpo yi shape site badu tengyu hochi. Me, Lama Zopa. Chang Jing Yam Gun Gawe Ten Zing Kum Hawe Kun Zo Do Po Zen Chok Song Kwe Lek Moon Tu Tru Pa Dak Sok Du Je Gon Du Sha Ten Sho. Thank you, everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you very much for your continued support of prayerathon. May you continue to find benefit in joining us. And thank you again to all the wonderful people who make it possible for us to be on air. So the wonderful multimedia team at Chenrezig Institute, all the wonderful people in the back office who make sure that the right information is being shared. And the wonderful Sangha who has been, key, all of those have been key for us to be out here. And it's also been a joy to have been well received by all of you out there. So thank you very much. And I see Venerable Namjung is already waiting in the wings. He will be leading the next session. Hello, how are you, Namjung? Lovely to see you.
I'm okay. Good to see you too. I saw on the schedule you have a lot of sessions this morning.
Helping out where I can. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I saw that. And I was like, oh man.
Well,
because I just was reading an article yesterday about the importance of sleep and all these things. So I'm like, oh man.
Well, you know what? In a way, if it's spread out, I don't mind so much because you get rest in between. I think it would be much harder if you do half an hour on, half an hour off, half an hour on, half an hour off, half an hour. Then because you don't get much, But it's just, couple are sick, and one's getting ready to travel. But Venerable Sarah, she already said, I have to take one off you. It's like, okay. And we don't argue with Sarah, do we? So she's taking one at lunchtime, but it's okay. There's another gap I can fill. So it's we see whether somebody has signed up. But it just happens sometimes. But again, it's the joy I take out of that is because I get to check in with as many of you as I get a chance to. Because if I would have waited until later in the day, we wouldn't cross paths. So in that respect, it's also really nice to keep in touch with everyone who put so much effort in. So
well, anyway.
All right.
What? Okay, anyway, take care.
I'll catch you at the end. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Okay, so thank you everyone, and welcome to the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer-a-thon session. I think many of you know by now, but we've been doing this as a global IMI Sangha community for over a year. I think we are now up to, 60 or more of these consecutive weeks of the Thangtong Gyalpo session. And this has been due to all the various volunteers who've been leading this session, all the good folks at Chenrezig Institute with their help in the background for the technical support. And then, of course, all of you who are joining these sessions. So we can all rejoice in the collective efforts that have been undertaken. So now all of you, I think, know that we've been doing these sessions on the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who, once the pandemic broke out and things looked very dire in the world, he recommended that this global community do these Thangtong Gyalpo Prayers for 24 hours straight every Saturday. And so now all of us who are participating, we are fulfilling Lama Zopa Rinpoche his wishes. And as many of you know, this is actually the best practice for both purification and accumulation of merit. But now, at the beginning of our session here, we always adjust our motivation, and we should try to do so in the most kind of comprehensive way. So here, to think not only that we're doing this so that the coronavirus pandemic can be quickly quelled and put to an end, but more generally, when we consider all the various sentient beings, not just in this world, but in the whole universe, and we consider all of the various sufferings that they experience, not only the suffering of sickness, but the suffering of war, various natural disasters, various accidents, different kinds of violence, and then also the mental illnesses that people are facing, from depression, anxiety, all the way up to schizophrenia, and the very severe cases where so many are taking their own lives. Then we have to set ourselves set our sights a bit more broadly, and think that we want to liberate sentient beings from all of these various sufferings. And then we know from our study of the teaching that as long as sentient beings are under the power of their delusions and karma, which means as long as they're in samsara, this cycle of uncontrolled rebirth, due to karma and afflictions, then they're bound to experience one kind of suffering or unsatisfactory experience after another without break until they're liberated. So now, if we truly want sentient beings to be free of all of their suffering, we need to help them to eliminate the cause of suffering, these karma and delusions. And in order to do that, we need to help them generate the wisdom realizing the ultimate nature of reality. That is the only sort of direct antidote that has the power to cut through the root of samsara, the grasping onto this false sense of self. And in order to do that, then we need to fully develop our own qualities to their highest extent. In other words, we need to attain the state of enlightenment. And therefore, because the attainment of enlightenment occurs due to having accumulated the causes and conditions, then we have to sort of dedicate and motivate our practice here for that aim. So in order to purify our minds of all the various obstructions, obstacles, obscurations, and to accumulate the vast stores of merit and transcendental wisdom needed to achieve enlightenment so we can be of utmost benefit for sentient beings, then please think, therefore, I am doing this Thangtong Gyalpo session here today. Okay. All right, so now continuing with the actual Thangtong Gyalpo prayer. So here, again, to further kind of hit home that we're doing this practice for all sentient beings, it's beneficial now at the beginning to also visualize all the sentient beings in the space around us. So as we do the practice, we can think that we're leading them in the practice and that we are, guiding them in the practice. They're reciting along with us. They're meditating along with us. And therefore, they're also receiving the vast benefit of doing such a powerful practice. And then visualizing the field of refuge. Here we can just visualize our guru in the aspect of Shakyamuni Buddha in the space in front of us. And recalling that our guru is the embodiment of all the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, statues, stupid scriptures, all the holy objects in the entire universe. And recalling those qualities of his body, speech, and mind, and wishing to attain those qualities ourselves, then that is why we go for refuge. So now we recite, all sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And so now here we'll recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. And so those of you with the necessary initiation, you can generate yourself as a deity. First, by purifying all impure appearances into emptiness, and then the very mind that realizes this emptiness then arises in the form of Avalokiteshvara, the Buddha of compassion. If you don't have such an initiation, then you can just simply visualize Avalokiteshvara, the Buddha of compassion, in the space in front of you. And then either way, when we recite the mantra, you can think at the heart of Avalokiteshvara is a lotus and moon disc, on top of which is the syllable Hri, standing upright. And then surrounding that seed syllable is the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. Now, as we recite the mantra, we can think and visualize that numberless light rays radiate out in the 10 directions from the syllable in the mantra garland. These light rays then touch or strike all the sentient beings, purifying them of all their sicknesses, all their negative karma and obscurations to both liberation and enlightenment. And by the end of our mantra recitation, they will have achieved the state of Avalokiteshvara's enlightenment. So now we'll recite a few times together, we'll chant, and then we'll do a more silent, and therefore we can do it a bit quicker, so we can accumulate more mantras. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. So now just rest in the awareness. Now that having recited the mantra, due to the power of the purifying light rays, that all sentient beings are now completely purified of all of their negative karma, all of their illnesses, all of their sufferings of body and mind, all of the obscurations to both liberation and enlightenment, and have now achieved the state of Avalokiteshvara's enlightenment. Okay, so now for the rest of our session, we will do the Thangtong Gyalpo actual prayer again and again. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases at the side of the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading on to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Oops. May all the diseases that sat in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, our protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sat in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sat in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances, the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances, the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sinning beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of our spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to his slaughter, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, so now we'll do just a quick, more general dedication. So please dedicate in this way. So due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all the sentient beings of the 6 realms, especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization. May be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those for whom I promise to pray, and all those whose names have been given to me. May be generated in my heart and the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has been generated increase. Incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life, and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Next, for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunatha's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. Last, we'll seal with emptiness. So due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Okay, so thank you everyone for joining, and here Damsha, after a half-an-hour break, is back.
Hello. That was, thank you very much.
Okay,
Damsha, for taking time out of your schedule. How are things at Sarah now? Are you still sort of close, or you're open again for debate?
No. We're gonna stay closed. I think because the exams are coming up within the month, they're gonna stay closed, so there's no further outbreaks, so we can get through the exams. Yeah, and then we'll take it one step at a time. But I think for the next month we'll still be closed until exam time, just as a extra precaution. Because if there's a breakout now, but you can,
But you get a chance to debate with some of you in your house.
Well, so I'm teaching debate to the new monks, because the new monks
you're teaching debates. Oh yeah, that's a bummer then, isn't it?
Well, I mean, it's good in general, but because especially for them, it's even more difficult. If you're new to the program, you need to have the repetitions in for the debate. If you don't have that, it's very hard to progress. Whereas, you know,
Yeah.
the older classes, yeah, you can do a lot of in self-study. Of course, it's not the same as debate, but you know, especially the first couple of years, and especially they're learning Tibetan still, they need more time with Tibetans actually. So it's more of a hit to their studies than the older ones.
Oh, well, you know, I hope that things improve and that your exams are going well and your preparation goes well for it. So
Thank you. Yeah.
we keep you in our thoughts and prayers.
Thank you very much.
Now, John,
Okay,
lovely to have you back,
Take
and I'll
care.
see you next week. Take care.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Take care. Bye. Bye.
So that was Namjang from Chenrezig Monastery, Monastic University down in India. And yeah, he's been a regular contributor to Prayerathon. And he was also, about a year ago, said, some of the Nalanda monks and Venerable Namjang and Venerable Gashi got caught up in the lockdown in Nepal. And I think they only went to go on a short trip to Mayatika, and then country went into lockdown, and they spent 5-6 months at Mayatika, which I mean, the worst place to get stranded. But yeah, if you're sort of thinking about getting back to your studies, or because it's such a remote area, but it's lovely to have these contributions, also to see how you know, when we think about our areas, you know, how we deal with COVID, and then when we have to experience what other parts of the work go through, just to make sure that the system keeps on running, because as we just heard, with Venerable Namjang being now restricted in teaching younger monks debate, so that any outbreak can be kept under control within the monastery, so that the exams can take place. Again, that's very, very diligent. And we have to congratulate the leadership at these universities and monasteries for that, because it's not an easy task when you have thousands of monks in the neighborhood. So yes, where am I? Yes, it's not long now before the sun comes up here in France. So I hope wherever you are, you have a lovely day, or had a lovely day, or you're having a lovely evening, or maybe you listen to it in the middle of the night, or you know, just about to go out. So yeah, thank you very much for your wonderful continued support. This session we have just about an hour and a half left, and we have Venerable Lawson, or Nurita, she's also known, taken over in after this. And so it's been a great privilege to be sandwiched between Namjang and Venerable Lawson, because it's they have a lot to offer. Yeah, they're very, very humble, and so that's really, really nice. I mean, it's yeah. So if you're staying on for a little bit longer, yeah, it's definitely worthwhile listening to Anila when she comes on. But again, we have 24 hours. It's always nice to see other Sangha being supported as well. And I know that some of you follow us online. I've dropped us some lines that you dip in and out at different times throughout the day, so that you get also the different energies that the other members have to offer, which is a nice way of thinking about it. And it's also a time investment on your part, so that's appreciated as well. So thank you for all your wonderful help and support. And again, you know, thanks to Chenrezig Institute and all the wonderful Sangha for making it all possible. Okay, just a few deep breaths. Again, for those of you, if you haven't joined me in the session earlier, let's just recite the 4 verses that I like to read out from the King of Prayers. Good idea, don't you, why are you doing this? You've just been on. Well, for one, let everybody listen to that, to the last session. And again, it's always nice just to reset and retune the focus. So, otherwise, just and that. But of course, if you do several sessions, maybe you want to spread it out in different ways and spend a bit more time on other bits of your practice when you have breaks in between. But that's entirely up to you. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space. Likewise, limitless are living beings. Thus, limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. So what we've done here is we identified our goal, may ease the suffering, not just in the lower body. We place the emphasis here on the lower realms because the lower realms are the ones hardest to escape from once we're caught in them. So of course there should always be the wish not to be reborn in the lower realms, but then even if we get reborn in the 3 higher realms of humans and gods and demigods, suffering still exists, samsara still exists. So ultimately what we do really wish for and aim for is the liberation from samsaric existence, which is outside the 6 realms. And we wish all beings to be freed accordingly. And, if, or at least, hope that they do not fall into the lower realms so that again, they have more chance to free themselves. So when we think about making requests for prayers, in this sense, all sentient beings, we mean all sentient beings, and we're not just talking about the humans, we talk about animals and other realms. And, even those beings that we find most irritating, or, we feel aversion towards, snakes, or anything you feel that could do you harm. Well, what can we do to help that being? Even though we might not necessarily go and hug it because we don't know how, and it's too risky. It doesn't mean we wish it any harm. So we wish all beings to be freed from suffering and break out of that cycle. And while they're stuck in that cycle because of the programming, they always carry out certain actions that are counterproductive towards others and in return for themselves, and then preoccupied just trying to get by. So we wish all beings to be freed from that. Okay. Yes, let's have a look. And yes, I think I used this one. Let's have a look where we are. There are, some of you also know that I do like to sometimes refer to musical texts and references. And I think one of the texts I do pick this week sort of for part of my reflections and sharing my thoughts with the Sangha community and our subscribers is the way of suffering that we can see. And suffering itself is often reflected in literature. It's in the lyrics of various songs, different genres. And if we think about suffering, it's very easy if we look at somebody, go, oh yeah, you're in that social class, of course, of course you're doing this, of course you're doing that. Don't mix with that God. Either we have been taught that as kids, or we have developed these aversions ourselves. But what's actually going on in there? How these beings stuck in a certain cycle. And again, it shows how we separate. We have those who really struggle for survival in many ways, because there's very little for them to aim for, or their hopes and dreams are completely crushed. And then you have those who live in utter luxury, completely disconnected from everything. So in a way, we have, the lower class, the lower realms, and we have those really high up who are totally oblivious, who really can't connect to what's going on. I'm not saying that is true for every individual within those segments of society, but we can see the point. And I think there is, one of the lyrics I really find very impactful is Coolio, Gangster's Paradise, 1995. And within it, the whole song is really about, the existence in the hood. And the struggles, the lack of role models, and you just learn on the street. You're influenced by the street, and you have all these dreams and ambitions, but you're really stuck there, and you get absorbed, and you got drawn into it, and it becomes your fabric. And he says here, fool, death ain't nothing but a heartbeat away. I'm living life, do or die. What can I say? I'm 23 now, but will I live to see 24? The way things is going, I don't know. Tell me, why are we so blind to see that the ones we heard are you and me? I think that's a very, very, very strong message that she sends out there. And to think that anyone at the age sort of 23 would have to worry to be still alive at 24. I mean, nobody knows when the time comes and what the reasons are for our demise, either earlier or later in life. It's but if you have these existential questions at that age, but again, he knows, his environment is so bad that it can happen anytime. So in a way, it shows a degree of self-awareness, and awareness maybe that we sometimes lack when we live too comfortable, that we feel like we're okay. We're going to be here tomorrow. We're going to be here next month, next year. Used to say that's the case. But then he also goes on, why are we so blind to see that the ones we heard are you and me? And then to me, that is not just about, him questioning the pain and the suffering that's being caused, from one gangster to another in that sense. But also the suffering, that goes with it in terms of, the family, having the ambition to get quick money is to help the suffering within the family. But, again, by doing certain things, there's certain consequences with that, and that we take how that affects, the loved ones that we leave behind, those that surround us, that get drawn into that cycle as well. I thought these are very, very strong lines, and and again, we often don't consider these consequences, because, well, what else can I do? But of course, there's a price to be paid, and just open the screen a bit more. Then of course we have other references that sort of tie in with that one. We do things because of the situation. We know it might not necessarily be the right thing. And then if you think about Queen, in 1975, Bohemian Rhapsody, which bring it in nicely as well. I mean, Mama just killed a man, put guns against his head, pulled his trigger, now he's dead. Mama, life had just begun, but now I've gone and thrown it all away. Again, that sort of, again, it's a wonderful tune, but again, we listen to it mainly because of, oh yeah, it's great lyrics, it's great this, but do we sometimes sit down and listen to what's actually being said? And just those two lines in itself, in themselves are really very, very strong, pointing out the stupidity of our actions. And again, we don't necessarily have to go and shoot someone, to do stupid things. It's also the little things that can really mess us up, or that accumulate over time. Oh, well, I just pinched a sweetie. Okay, I pinched a bar of chocolate. Or I didn't pay for this. Or, I mean, many of us can probably identify with a lot of stupid things we could have done and shouldn't have done. And, some consequence will follow, be it either through guilty conscience or, we got found out, and then of course we feel even worse about it, or the shame we may have brought on the family, or the suffering we brought on that. But then now to go on, Mama, I didn't mean to make you cry because of what has been done. Again, it emphasizes the social impact of some of the actions that we have, and it's despite there being 20 odd years between those two songs, the message is the same. If I'm not back again this time tomorrow, carry on as if nothing really matters. It's like, forget about me. It's my stupid thing to do. Sorry I messed you up. But again, acknowledges that, if they weren't carrying on, then they always, have either the guilt that they didn't do anything to stop you from doing this, or on the loss, or the consequences like that. So it's again, I think these songs sometimes, if you listen to them carefully, we can take time to really reflect on that, rather than just bobbing along, dancing along, singing along. They're quite catchy tunes, but they also have good solid messages. And of course, then we got, good old Elvis, 1969 in the Ghetto. It was recorded in 1969 by Elvis. It was, I think, written before for some country singers, but it was Elvis who recorded it. And again, he talks about, the struggles within the ghetto environment. Child is born, another hungry mouth to feed in the ghetto. But he brings in a wonderful aspect where he says, one of the lyrics goes, people, don't you understand the child needs a helping hand? So why are people coming off the truck? Coming off the track? Because there's this lack of guidance and support in many ways. So you say, okay, people, don't you understand the child needs a helping hand, or he'll grow to be an angry young man someday. And again, if you think about what Kurdi was referring to, then just to be accepted by the people you maybe do something stupid as it was within, within Bohemian Rhapsody, before you know it, bang, there's a problem, and then what? Take a look at you and me. Are we too blind to see? Again, if you think about it, are we too blind to see? Look at ourselves. And the wonderful thing is, if you go back to Coolio, and even there you go, he says, tell me, why are we so blind to see? Although, between Coolio and Elvis, there were 26 years, in recording. It's quite interesting that they use similar wording, the ones we heard are you and me, so yeah, and then take a look at you and me. Are we too blind to see? Do we simply turn our heads and look the other way? And again, that's quite a strong line at the end. Do we just turn our heads and look away? Many of us might go like, of course not, be aware of the suffering that exists, and the socioeconomic impact of this and that, blah, 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 blah. But what do we do about it? What do we do about it? What responsibility do we take? What do we do when we walk across along the high street and there's a homeless person? Do we turn our heads so we don't have to make contact? Then in the Gata song, it also says, and his mama cries. Are we adding to those tears? We're not being prepared to help where we can, offer assistance where we can, offer any kind of help. Even if it's just acknowledging that somebody is struggling. How easy is it for us to go and say, you're just a bum? You're lazy, you're this, you're that. Don't just add to the self-fulfilling cycle of those beings, keeping them down just to make ourselves feel better. And how much good is that pride that we have in ourselves, that we are better than them? Just something worthwhile to think about. Okay. So if you visualize in the space in front of us, our Guru, in the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. If you have the relevant initiation, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the Guru just in the space in front, above the crown of your head. Those of you who join us from a different faith, just visualize the deity most closely associated with love and compassion. For anyone joining us not wishing to engage with deities, just visualize a clear light in the space in front above the crown of your head, and let that light be filled with love and compassion for all beings. Visualize the light emanates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions. Again, if you think about the light, how it radiates from one source, but still reaches across all the space. If you were struggling with the idea of omnipresence, think about it, how when you switch on the light in the room, how it fills up the corners of that room. Although you got the light source, the light reaches out. You can think about omnipresence maybe in terms like that. Each of the infinite number of light beams, which is one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings, and enters them through the crown of their heads. And filling them with love and compassion and purifying light nectar. If you feel it for yourself, how the light pours in, purifies atom by atom of negative karma and delusion. Come back all the way since beginningless time. That light really gets to work. Working hard to remove all the grime and stains and odors and stenches of negative karma. Lifting the weight of our shoulders. Just feel how refreshing, how rejuvenating that is. And how happy you feel. Getting rid of all the grime, the pain, the weight. And as you rejoice in that aspect, have a look around, look at all other mother sentient beings and see how they feel, how they're experiencing the same bliss we are. And we recognize that we're not that different after all. We all just want happiness and long and healthy lives, free from suffering. Just experience joy and bliss. Not having to worry, getting on with people and beings. Just live in harmony. We recognize that it was through actions of our body, speech, and mind that we have added to so much suffering to the beings and in return to ourselves. The way we thought of beings, talked about beings or talked to them, treated them unfairly and with disdain. Often out of ignorance and insecurity, not listening properly and taking what's being said at face value, rather than recognizing that a being may have been suffering. Yet we couldn't possibly accept that we're being misunderstood, because it's so obvious that we were suffering when we said something. How easy it is to be misunderstood. But that's in the past now. Having recognized our faults, we ask all mother sentient beings for forgiveness for the actions of our body, speech, and mind that resulted in them suffering. We'll make the promise to engage in wholesome actions that benefit mother sentient beings, so that we all can live in harmony and joy free from suffering. On that basis, let's invite all Mother Sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called upon all Mother Sentient beings to join us in taking refuge, the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. And the Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, the purifying light nectar intensifies more and more. And we can feel it working deeper and deeper, removing more and more of the negative karma and delusions. We can feel how we're being filled with light. And we collect this light, atom by atom, we radiate from them. We radiate and glow, and we begin to radiate light back to the Guru, exchanging ourselves with that love and compassionate light. And we also begin to exchange ourselves with all Mother Sentient beings who likewise exchange themselves with the Guru and all other sentient beings. And the more we're being purified, the brighter we radiate the light. The more beings join us, the brighter the collective light. We become one with the Guru, become one with one another. We become one source of love and compassion. And like a beacon in the darkness, we shine for those who are lost, to guide them the safe route. And like a searchlight, seeking out those who are wandering in the darkness, in confusion, so that we may go and help them come to safety. So as we recite the Mani Mantra, let's keep on visualizing how we exchange ourselves with the Guru and all Mother Sentient beings. And if it helps you from the visualization point of view, just think about the rising sun in the morning, how the light breaks across the horizon before the sun is visible. And then as the sun comes across, it sets at the zenith, where it radiates warmth, safety, and joy to all sentient beings, not just to us individually, but to all of us, providing hope, and a sense of security and calm. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Having acknowledged our faults of body, speech, and mind, which have caused so much suffering since beginning lifetimes. Having laid them bare and asked Mother Sentient Beings for forgiveness, and having made the promise to from now on engage in wholesome action that benefits Mother Sentient Beings and to facilitate the collective happiness And having recited many mantras after taking refuge in the Guru and exchanging ourselves with the Guru and all other sentient beings, may we visualize now ourselves as pure. And from that pure state, may we now recite some additional prayers and mantras. May we recite Lion-faced Dakini to help overcome any mental afflictions. Up straight to the gathering of the Dakinis in the three chakras, who abide in the holy yoga of using space by the powers of clairvoyance and magical emanations, look after practitioners like a mother her child. Akasamar Tashadara Samarai Payakasamar Tashadara Samarai Payaka. Akatara Samarai. Akasamar Tashadara Samarai Payakasamar Tashadara. Akasamar Tashadara Samarai Payakasamar. Akasamar Tashadara Samarai Payakasamar. Akasamar Tashadara Samaraya Pay. Tata Gate Gate Paragate Parasamgate Bodhisoha. By the teachings of the three sublime jewels possessing the power of truth, may inner and outer hindrances be transformed. May they be dispelled. May they be pacified. May they be completely pacified. May all negative forces opposed to Dharma be completely pacified. May the host of 80,000 obstacles be pacified. May we be separated from problems and harmful conditions to Dharma. May all enjoyments be in accord with the Dharma. And may there be auspiciousness and perfect happiness here, right now. May also recite one full mile of Tara mantra. Tara recitation has been recommended by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama to help overcome and remove any obstacles to our practices, obstacles that may hinder progress in the recovery of those who are sick, or to remove any obstacles for those who have entered the body or in the process of entering the body for fortunate rebirth, and also to remove any obstacles for those who are suffering hardships in various forms. May they all be given whatever resources are required to reestablish themselves in a state of happiness that is free from suffering. So again, as we recite the Tara mantra, it's visualize glowing Mother Tara in the space in front of us, emerald green in color, and light radiating from her body in all 10 directions. And again, as we recite the mantra, let's remember that Om represents holy body, speech, and mind of Mother Tara herself. Tara liberates from samsara. To Tara liberates from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt, and miserliness. And Tura liberates from illnesses and diseases, both physical and mental. So we chant a few out loud and then the rest on breath. We'll do one full mantra. But don't feel you have to rush to do the recitations at your own pace. If you want to do more than one mala, that's perfectly all right. His Holiness recommends ideally 1,000 recitations of the Tara mantra throughout these difficult times. Maybe also dedicate the recitations to the long life and well-being of His Holiness. Dare du dare soha, dare du dare soha, dare du dare soha, dare du dare soha. Okay, so to complete our team for this place, maybe also invite the guardians and make requests to our guardians. We recite the Vajrayana mantra, for which we invite Vajrapani. So we visualize a ferocious dark blue Vajrapani in the space in front of us. And again, despite the appearances, let's honor them and respect them for who they are. Loyal friends and family who wish to make sure that we are okay, that we're free from harm, but also not just the harm from outside, but also the harm that we may create ourselves. The harm to ourselves, to other beings, which in return would create harm to ourselves. So these beings really do what they can to step in. The visual expressions that we sometimes see, like, if they're so good, why they're looking like that? Think about your mothers. Or if you are a mother yourself, or a parent yourself, your unhappy smiley face, and the child is doing good, behaving, giving you joy. But if they do something seriously stupid and dangerous, like putting a fork into an electric socket, you don't sit there smiling, your facial expression changes to bring the message home that that is not something you wish the child to do. It's a bit like that. Appreciate them for that love they give. So we visualize a ferocious looking dark blue Vajrapani with his feet stretched out. He holds a Vajra in his right hand and a snake lasso in the left. And his body is ablaze with transcendental wisdom fire, and from his body are emitted fire garudas, iron scorpions, black pigs, winds, fire, noxious vapors of poisonous gases, which like violent winds and hailstorms destroy all evil, disease, epidemics, spirit harms, and interferers. And again, we have to emphasize that we do not wish to destroy any sentient beings wherever that is possible. All we wish to destroy is the root causes, the root seeds for the motivation to act a certain way. And by acting in a negative way, they call upon negative karma to ripen upon them, hence keeping them in that samsaric existence. So we wish to break the cycle, and we only can do that by destroying the root seeds of their motivation, so that they can be liberated themselves by engaging in action that is beneficial to themselves and others. So if we recite the mantra 7 times. Om Vajapet Om Padmaswari Ped Nivashe Neganan Taita Samavarita Hana Hana Vajana Vaksha Vaksha Soha Om Vajapet Om Padmaswari Ped Nivashe Neganan Taita Samavarita Hana Hana Vajana Vaksha Vaksha Soha Om Vajapet Om Padmaswari Ped Nivashe Neganan Taita Samavarita Hana Hana Vajana Vaksha Vaksha Soha Pedum Padmaswari Ped Nivashe Neganan Taita Samavarita Hana Hana Vajana Vaksha Vaksha Soha Om Vajapedum Padmaswari Ped Neganan Taita Samavarita Hana Hana Vajana Vaksha Vaksha Soha Om Vajapedum Padmaswari Ped Nivashe Neganan Taita Samavarita Hana Hana Vajana Vaksha Vaksha Soha Om Vajapedum Padmaswari Ped Nivashe Neganan Taita Samavarita Hana Hana Vajana Raksha Raksha Soha. That was Vajrayana. So now we do the recitation for Black Manjushri. Again, despite Manjushri's appearance, welcome Manjushri, with open arms and an open heart, with all the respect he deserves. So visualize Manjushri in the space in front of us. Natural face, 3 eyes, 2 hands, scripture in his left, sword in the right. Is adorned with precious bone ornaments and stands in the midst of mass of fire. And from his heart, clear light is emanated, pervading inside and outside of our bodies and the bodies of all mother sentient beings, purifying all negative karmas, obstruction, sickness, spirits and dangers, and burning away all black magic, curses, and so forth. Again, we recite the mantra 7 times. Om Tam Chu Chu Su Du Chu Su Du Mi Su Ninga La Cha Kala Jakam Sham Tam Pepe Su Om Tam Chu Chu Su Du Chu Su Du Mi Su Ninga La Cha Kala Jakam Sham Tam Pepe Su Om Tam Chu Chu Su Du Chu Su Du Mi Su Ninga La Chakala Jakam Shantam Pepe Su Om Tam Chu Chu Su Du Chu Su Du Mi Su Ninga La Chakala Jakam Shantam Pepe Su Tam Chu Chu Su Du Chu Su Du Mi Su Ninga La Chakala Jakam Shantam Pepe Su Om Tam Chu Du Chu Su Du Mi Su Ninga La Chakala Jakam Shantam Pepe So Om Tam Chu Chu Su Du Chu Su Du Mi Su Ninga La Chakala Jakam Sham Tam Pepe So. Okay. Having purified ourselves, having removed obstacles that may hinder this practice and the recovery of those who are sick, the fortunate rebirth of those who have passed into the bardo or are about to enter the bardo, having removed obstacles for those who experience suffering, to be given whatever resources are required. And so having done all that and called upon the guardians to help us as we engage in this main practice now, may we recite to ease the suffering, not just in the lower 3 realms as we originally set out. Remember when we did the King of Prayer verses, may ease the suffering in the lower realms. We want to do the lower realms where it's the hardest to come out of, so we wish to help them, but also in all the directions and dimensions of the universe, and may I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening. So we're reciting for the benefit of all mother sentient beings across the 6 realms, and to do so we do 3 recitations for each realm. Let's have a look at time-wise. Yeah, that works. So we recite the actual Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer of liberating Sakya from disease in connection with one of my other prayers that I have used regularly at late, which is praises to the sublime Chenrezig, which was a prayer Thangtong Gyalpo recalled from one of his previous existences when he was the monk Pema Kapo. So, okay. And he recited that prayer for 60 years whilst doing Nungnes. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Yidam Chenrezig. I pray to you, most sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, great refuge and protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, loving protector Chenrezig. Please help us with your compassion, compassionate Buddha. For all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times in endless samsara and who endure unbearable torments, there is no other refuge than you, great protector. Okay, so what happens now is we go through each of the one of the 6 realms, and if we listen to the prayer, we can actually see, the criteria that gets us into these realms. I mean, if we listen very carefully, we can see many of those traits in our own existence right now, to a greater or lesser extent. We most likely to point them out straight away at others. We see somebody, oh, look at so and so, isn't that person? Yeah. So again, be mindful of the judgment. Is what we see in others really what's happening within us, or we're just aware? So think about that. Throughout the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of hatred, one is born in the hells. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfection. So now recite the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer 3 times. So one for one of the suffering of the body, one for the suffering of the speech, and one for the suffering of the mind. May all sentient beings may all disease that send the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as storms of grass, sinners and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in winds not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mishandle of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So I just want to draw your attention to, 2 of those verses. The line with Yama, the Lord of Death. So what are your feelings about Yama? And what also your feelings about, may all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, by the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly. Think about those. I mean, we still wish to free those beings as well. So, you might have an aversion only because we say these prayers and because they're mentioned and create harm doesn't mean we do not wish them to be freed. Nothing could be further from the truth. We wish those beings also to be freed. Yama is not really doing anything, to us. He's just checking our ticket. And if we've accumulated too much negative karma, he says, fine, oh, you have to go this way. That's all he does. Can't blame him for what we do wrong. Yet, we might think about him in an odd way. Go, him again, Anyway, may all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as storms of grass, sinners and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mishandle of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of happy happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. It's the last one for the hell realms. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as thoughts of class between and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferes, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, well-being, for the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Kings, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning of time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realm of heart-craving spirits, or hungry ghosts. May all beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the perfect, pure land of Potala. May all the disease that's had in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of cross between and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferes, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth with the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of glass, bitterness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names stand for beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferes, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time. May all the disease that's had in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as thousands of cross sins and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferes, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the King's Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning this time under the influence of ignorance. One is born as an animal, may all beings afflicted by the suffering of stupidity and dullness be reborn in your presence, O protector. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grasping sinners and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound whose names for beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 evil spirits that down suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there, due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of rages and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as thorns of grass, sinners and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means that occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interfuse, the 360 evil spirits that have suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever things they are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of rages and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Nakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One last time for the animal realm, the last of the three lower realms. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of grass, Pitsunas, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mishan of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that have suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of rages and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of karma and results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So if we take a pause here for a moment, if we think about, so we address the three lower realms as we said, maybe it's the suffering in the lower realms. So having done that, having dedicated prayers specifically to those three realms, we also look at the last verse, just to remind ourselves, of what we have done at the beginning and how we prepared, and again acknowledging karma. So we took refuge in the Guru and the three Jewels, and we invited, we acknowledged the benefit of the Kinis and Dharma protectors and guardians. So we did Tara prayers and the protectors, guardians, and we also we acknowledged that by reciting for the individual realms that karma has results. So we acknowledge that we have made mistakes in the past over all our lifetimes, but by acknowledging the individual realms and paying attention to the main reasons why we end in certain realms. So again, we consider that, and of course we dedicate to the benefit of our mother sentient beings that they may be freed and spared, the torments of samsaric existence. So that is just something worthwhile again taken into consideration. So what we do now, we just quickly checking the time, make sure I'm okay, because I don't want to really run unnecessarily into the next leads. time. So if we now recite for the three upper realms, which are the realms of humans, the realm of the jealous demigods, and of course we have the realm of the gods. So if you think about it, there are really 5 what I was going to say, forget it. My mind was wandering for a moment. So yes, if we recite for the 3 upper realms now. So the power of bad actions accumulated since beginner's time under the influence of jealousy. No, I talked about men. Here you go. Let me turn the pages too early. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginner's time under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of men. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect, pure land of devotion. Okay. So that's not the human realm, the realm that we are in. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as nouns or ground spirits and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means that occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. The compassion of the Gurus and the 3 Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as nouns of ground spirits, sinners, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One last time. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of ground spirits, sinners, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being by the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 Jewels, by the power of the kings, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So that was now the human one. And maybe now next one. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning's time under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of jealous demigods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as nouns of crown spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interviews, the 360 evil spirits around suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depart from the body, mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body, mind of rage and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. For the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as nouns of crown spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the may all embodied be may whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains that occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the sound of whose names therefore beings as though this. So they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of rage and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Oops. One more time. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the arms of ground spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings they are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the instant not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of his names therefore beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of rage and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay. So just make sure. Okay. Okay, so the last round. So through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginning of time under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of the gods, now beings who undergo their sufferings of transmigration and fall, be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of ground spirits, illness, and the Buddha not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed. But the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as sounds of ground spirits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. All May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of the elements deprive the body mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of raiders and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time. May all the diseases that in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the hounds of class spirits, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sound of whose names therefore beings as though they have been placed inside the mother of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now due to disturbances of elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of raids and power be dealt with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma's results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So just to finish the to the compassionate one, throughout all my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the supreme sound of the sixth Pala mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, throughout the 10 directions. By the power of those praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings who will have to train pay the greatest of attentions to karma. Strive to act virtuously and practice the Dharma for the sake of all beings. Okay, so that concludes the main prayer. Dedications. That's when you drop your book. I will dedicate to the benefit of all mother sentient beings. May all mother sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes. May all sentient beings achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. And meet the Dharma and this in all future lifetimes. May we be the cause for them to achieve all this. May we dedicate to the precious community of Sangha, not just our own traditions, but all traditions around the world, for the kind efforts of keeping the flame of the Dharma alive by engaging in studies, giving teachings, and carrying out translation work to make the Dharma accessible to many. May the precious Sangha community achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible, of long and healthy lives, never be separated from a virtuous friend. May we always enjoy the company in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the precious lay community who, through their kind hearts, minds, to freely give time, expertise, and financial support to Dharma centers, events, and charitable projects to help the Dharma to flourish. May all our brothers and sisters in the lay community of long and healthy lives never be separated from the Dharma and the Sangha community and virtuous friends, and may they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. And we dedicate to the long life and well-being of all our Gurus who, if they haven't done so already, may achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we always benefit from their guidance and kindness in this and all future lifetimes. May we particularly dedicate to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, a great beacon of love and compassion for all of us in these turbulent times. May we count our blessings to be alive and in human form, so that we can listen to and learn from His teachings in this and all future lifetimes. His Holiness wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we always be guided by His wisdom and presence in this and all future lifetimes. Maybe one day we see His Holiness be reunited with His people in Tibet. May we also dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who through his great vision and kindness has guided us to do these practices of Thangtong Gyalpo to benefit all other sent beings, but also by doing so has brought together the global community of Sangha much closer together. And in union, we recite these prayers with great joy for the benefit of all other sentient beings. May Lama Zopa live a long and healthy lives. May we never be separate from his wisdom and guidance in this and all future lifetimes. Due to all these merits, due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish, but more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numbers Buddhas and the numbers sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may these sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numbers Buddhas and numbers sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. The long life prayers for His Holiness, the Lama Zopa Gangri Rawe Kwe Jingam De Pendang Dewa Malu Jungwe Ne Chenrezig Gyatso Yi Shape Site Badu Tengyu Chi Wichel Changjing Yan Gyung Gyewe Ten Zingern Bewe Kunzo Do Pote Chok Song Kwe Lek Mun Turu Padak Sok Del Jegun Nu Shaten Sho. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in these sessions. Thank you very much for your continued support of joining the leads throughout the day and night. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute for continuing to host us diligently. Thank you for the regulars on Zoom and YouTube. And who did we have during my sessions? Let me just have a quick acknowledgement. Hello, Fernando. I've seen your name several times before, and I think I sometimes didn't get to acknowledge it. And also Dishad. And I think we had Tim now at Chenrezig Institute. Hello, Tim. Lovely to see you. I take it you've taken over from Malco. And waiting in the wings is the one and only Ani Losang. How are you? It seems only like a few days ago that we met.
Well, it was. I didn't think I would have the joy and the pleasure to see you so quickly on the prayerathon.
You know, when I saw there was a gap, I thought,
yeah, there was a gap. What is happening to all these morning people there?
We have a few off sick.
Huh?
Yeah, we have a couple of people unwell, and some are in the process of travel. Okay. So, but again, you know, they just said, you know, Tamchu said you want Ani Losang, so there you go. We make the space.
Okay, thank you very much.
Wish and you shall be given.
Venerable Damchu.
Look after yourself.
Don't get sick, because without you, we can't do this.
Ah, don't you worry, I can neck more.
Okay.
Look after yourself, Adila.
Yeah, you
Much
too.
love.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
Thank you. So thank you very much, Chenrezig Institute. And so what I'll do, yeah, great. Nice to see you. Just not just the name, but also a face and the person. You know, sometimes we forget there's so many people standing behind this whole thing. So what I'll do, I usually share the screen. So thank you very much. So just to let you know what we will do in this half hour. First, of course, we take refuge and we think about, again, you know, so important. Refuge is very powerful. Just to think what it means for me, you know, not so much what we read in the books. That what we read in the books is just as a basis, and then we see how I relate to this. Feeling safe, feeling cared for, and especially thinking about your gurus that you know, the way you remember them, because mine is not alive anymore. It was Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. But if they're still alive in their human form, so then there's kind of more connection, and then then, you know, mixing them with the image of the Buddha, that we take refuge. And because we are also doing Chenrezig practice, so you can already, when we take refuge, you can already visualize your object of refuge, like the Buddha, in the form of the Buddha of compassion, Chenrezig. Then, before we do, we send out the light and the mantras. I will recite. If you want to recite with me, of course, you're very welcome to. A beautiful prayer by the King Thangtong Gyalpo, where he makes kind of supplications to Chenrezig to protect him. And like it mentions like different situations where we are in danger, to create, instead of creating causes for liberation and enlightenment, we create more causes for more suffering and, you know, karma that leads us maybe even in the lower states. And if we get very familiar with this prayer, and then in daily life, when the situation occurs and we are in a situation like this, maybe we remember to ask Chenrezig for protection, because then we are in contact with our Buddha nature. And then we are protected, because this is the protection that a refuge, the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, the three jewels, can give us, is that we remember what we want. We remember that we have values and we would like to live them spontaneously, uninterruptedly, and especially effortlessly, like in a very natural way. And so these methods, which the Buddha shows us in the Dharma, they will lead us there. And then, of course, the Sangha is here to support us. So if you do have Chenrezig or any other initiation, after we have taken refuge, you can visualize that the object of refuge, the environment, everything, you dissolves into you, then you in this body, and even if it's as concrete as this kind of this cast here, so all of this dissolves into the, you know, into the clear light, which is actually the nature of our mind. And then out of that, out of compassion and the wisdom, knowing about reality, how things actually exist, you can then arise as Chenrezig and send out the light. But I will mention that again when we are in the practice. And then we do the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer in order to help the pandemic, which at the moment it's kind of going, it's really strange, you know, here in Switzerland also you have these people who don't want to get vaccinated, and then there's a lot of pressure on them, which I think it's not very skillful from our government, because I think at the beginning it was more that people said, oh no, I don't want to get vaccinated, because they didn't know what it will do to people. Now we can see, at least, you know, over a few months, nothing really bad happens. And His Holiness got vaccinated, Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche got vaccinated. So I think, especially as a Dharma practitioner, we should get vaccinated. Sorry for making publicity for that. Because, yeah, with all the tests, as they say, you know, the test is not the solution. It doesn't protect you. It just shows you that you're not sick at the moment. But anyway, so we have this split of the society, which is a minority who is really going into the street and demonstrating and all this. And now it's not, I think it's not even so much anymore a question about getting the vaccine or not. It's more, they are forcing me to get the vaccine, which they do with the certificate that you have to have in order to go to restaurants, to have a, you know, to drink a cup of coffee or a beer or whatever. I mean, I'm not saying it's exaggerated, but it's like you become almost an outcast. And then out of, no, I don't want to be forced, because we're in Switzerland, we have freedom of speech and freedom of this and freedom of that. So then it creates quite a big problem. So I think when we do the practice, then we're not just thinking about the sickness, the physical sickness itself, but also the mental poisons who, because of the situation, are getting more and more, you know, more and more apparent. And whether you're for or against, there shouldn't be any violence and aggression. You know, people can do, they do have freedom. That's what a democracy is all about. So they shouldn't feel like they're being so forced, but there's so much anger and there's so much aggression. Something that is quite rare here in Switzerland, and I'm sure in other countries as well. So we start by taking refuge. And so you visualize Chenrezig in the space in front of you. Around you are all mother sentient beings, and especially, in order to connect with Chenrezig, sometimes, not just sometimes, really good to think, my guru is Chenrezig, Chenrezig is my guru. So you think about your guru, whether he is still in his human form or not. I usually say he, because all my gurus have manifested in a male body. But if you want to, if it's a lady, if it's a woman, then that's fine for you also, if you prefer. And you really feel connected. This is what I meant, refuge. What does it mean for you? Do you feel protected? Do you feel seen? Do you feel important for your guru? Are you just one of his, XXX disciples that he doesn't even know? Or do you feel that you're being cared for, that you're being seen, and especially that you're being guided in a very skillful way? Your heart totally opens, usually, if you have a good connection with this guru. And if you don't have a guru, but you yearn for one, then it's good to kind of express that yearning, to be there, and even use words and say, please, please, manifest as a guru, because I'm ready, so that we can be guided on this sometimes not so easy path. And then that image of the human guru, you let it kind of melt into Chenrezig. Chenrezig either as 4-armed or 1,000-armed, whatever you feel more comfortable, or, an expression of a fully awakened mind's compassion. Just let the mind a little bit free, whatever image wants to arise. Many of you are very familiar with the image of Chenrezig or Avalokiteshvara, the Buddha of compassion. And then what we have to do from our side is, being sick and tired to be under the control of our negative emotions and not being able to live our values, really wanting to get rid of them, to eliminate them, not just for my happiness now, this one, but in order to be of benefit to others. And we have this very natural, very human wish to benefit others, but then sometimes our egocentredness, not just sometimes, very often, our egocentredness comes in between our fear that we're doing too much, or we're giving too much, or we will be exploited and people take advantage of us, and then we feel stupid and all this. Very often that comes in. Or anger, when we're angry at somebody, there's no way we can benefit them. And by anger, I really mean a wish to harm them, a wish for them not to be happy. So then that can express itself in a very strong way, but it can also just express itself by, not collaborating. And when we hear that they're not so well, kind of little bit satisfaction. So that goes into aversion. So that comes in between. So in order to work with that, we can think how dependent we are on others. And then we totally change our attitude towards them. So we need other people in order, if you want to practice 6 perfections in order to attain enlightenment, we need people who need something so that we can be generous with them, not just, Dharma centers and gurus for the Sangha, but also ordinary beings. And then we need other beings in order to practice ethical conduct so that we're not harming them. If we don't have anybody, like since almost 6 weeks, I'm living here, 6 weeks, I'm living here a little bit in the mountains. I hardly see anybody. So I'm very much protected from my negative emotions like aversion, anger, and all this, because I don't have contact with anybody. But that doesn't mean I don't have it. So we shouldn't be fooled by this, so that we think, that when we realize how dependent we are on others, we have different attitude. So then these 2, emotions like attachment, aversion, they're not operating so much. And whatever we can do for others, we do in a very simple way. So it's not just in this life like this that we totally depend on others, especially for the 6 perfections, like also with patience. So we shouldn't get angry over long term with people who are not exactly the way we want them to be, but by really thinking that, wow, thanks to them, I can practice patience. Then, of course, enthusiasm when we have other people around us who are doing the same thing. Enthusiasm, joy, effort, increases. We can see when people participate in this prayerathon, then we're very happy. Also, so then enthusiasm, the joy comes, and concentration and wisdom. The wisdom we need to be told what emptiness is, concentration, also how to develop concentration. So we become aware that alone I will never attain happiness. So then we visualize all sentient beings around us. At your left side is your mom, at your right side your dad. People who make you nervous that we sometimes even think they are a hindrance to my spiritual development, although they're the greatest help if we can transform our aversion. You put in front of you, or people that you make nervous can also go there. It's not so comfortable when we feel that somebody dislikes us for whatever reason, and people we are attached to, friends and family behind us and around us are all mother sentient beings. So in order to get a taste or an experience of all mother sentient beings, just think that there's no more walls, no more houses, no more mountains, no more trees, no more lakes, no more oceans. The earth becomes just like a stage, a huge flat stage. And then we see how many sentient beings are there, not just humans, but also animals, insects, like beings in the earth, beings on the earth, being in the sky or in the air, and beings in the ocean. We wouldn't be able to count them. So they're all there in human form, and we think we're leading them in taking refuge. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And then we make this supplication to Chenrezig, which has been beautifully translated by Lama Zopa Rinpoche. And he says, if you keep compassion, Buddha, who is enriched with supreme power in your mind, you will be protected from all dangers. First request, Chenrezig, for the following things to happen to you. Then think that you caused them to happen to all other sentient beings. This is an extremely effective way to generate bodhicitta and to good heart cherishing others. And from the bottom of our heart, we wish everybody to be free from any danger. And we rejoice when they are well, and whatever we can do to protect them, like Chenrezig, we will. Namo Guru Lokeshwaraya. Please look at me with compassion. Universal being enriched with power, please be my guide and save me, perfect, pure treasure of compassion. I request you, Supreme Arya, compassionate eye-looking one, please be my captain, liberating me from the great ocean of beginningless samsara, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am obscured by the darkness of ignorance, please be my illuminating light, compassionate eye-looking one. When I have a blazing fire of anger toward my enemies, please be the waterfall that extinguishes it, compassionate eye-looking one. When I have violent waves of attachment towards my friends, please help me to realize the ultimate nature, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am bound to my possessions by the knot of miserliness, please be my manager of giving, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am intoxicated by the 5 poisonous delusions, please be my king of medicine, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am disturbed and frightened at the time of death, please show me your face and introduce self-nature, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am surrounded by the karmic messengers of Yama, please be my refuge and guide, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am traveling the unknown, dangerous path of the intermediate state, please be my close relative, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am wandering, seeking an uncertain birthplace, please take me to your pure land, compassionate eye-looking one. When I am experiencing the suffering of karma in the womb, please cover me with a tent of light, compassionate eye-looking one. When I have taken the body of an unknowing baby, please be my supreme virtuous friend, compassionate eye-looking one. When I always visualize you on my crown, make offerings and praise you, please be my root guru, compassionate eye-looking one. When I visualize you on my heart lotus, make offerings and praise you, please be my mind seal deity and the host of deities, compassionate eye-looking one. When I experience the obstacles of bad outer and inner conditions, please be my Dharma protector and pacify them, compassionate eye-looking one. When my mind is tormented by hunger, thirst, and poverty, please grant whatever attainments I wish, compassionate eye-looking one. When I make requests with the continual sound of the 6 syllables, please always look at me with compassion, compassionate eye-looking one. So we think or we visualize Chenrezig exactly, looking at us with these eyes of compassion, but also having the skills to know what we need in order to be protected from our negative emotions. If you don't have initiation, you leave him in the space in front of you. If you do have initiation, he comes to your crown. Don't forget that he's your guru. And in order to nourish our Buddha potential, that we took refuge in the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So we dissolve everything into emptiness, into the clear light, or into the clear light too is also empty of inherent existence, because clear light is conventional reality. It's the potential to be a Buddha, our Buddha nature. And its ultimate existence is emptiness. So we dissolve our 5 contaminated aggregate, the 80 conceptions that we have to either attachment, aversion, and wrong views. Then when all these hindrances to be a Buddha is dissolved, out of this clear light, out of compassion with the skillful means, and being in contact or living reality as it is, we arise in the form of Chenrezig, and we think now either Chenrezig in space in front of us or us from his body, from our body. Innumerable light rays are going out and touching each and every sentient being on this huge stage that we created, where we see each and every sentient being, like mentally created, and touching them and bringing them exactly what they need in order to also, not just to overcome the COVID, but also in order to attain enlightenment very, very quickly. And we think that we are sending it especially to people, of course, in the health system. So again, are getting totally exhausted. People, families who have been, attended or touched personally, directly by this COVID. Financial problems, mental problems, somebody who has died, might have good rebirth, people who feel guilty that they couldn't help them, couldn't go and see them, couldn't say goodbye properly, especially in the first wave. But then also we send it to the government so that, people who have power, people who can make decisions, that they have the wisdom to make the right decisions, because it's, by gosh, it's really not easy. I wouldn't like to be sitting in that spot and having to make these decisions, because it's such a new and uncommon situation at the moment. So that they have the skills to make the right decision, especially to the people also we send it who are aggressive, who are, instead of being for something that is beneficial, who are just against something. And so that we can all work together to overcome this crisis. And as we recite the mantra, the light is going out in all the 10 directions, touching each and every sentient being. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Then, with the confidence of being Thangtong Gyalpo, we can recite this prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, the Bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. We can do one more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. now, I don't know if I'm still on because all of a sudden all of this disappeared, but anyway, I continue. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. By whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. Yeah, okay, there's still 3 people here. So then we do the dedications. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May the arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha, lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that state. Then the long life prayer for His Holiness Dalai Lama. Again, you know, it comes from the bottom of our heart for him to have a long, healthy, stable life. And especially that we can fulfill their wishes of not creating more negative karma that creates more pandemics immediately. The wish granting, wish fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparable kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And it is us that have to fulfill these wishes. You know, he's not wishing for material things, but he's wishing for all beings to be happy. So that's kind of us having to do the job by purifying negativities we've already created and by creating lots of virtues. Savior of the land of snow, teachings and transmigratory beings who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion, to the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And by doing these prayers, we can think, well, that's one wish that His Holiness Lama Zopa Rinpoche that we fulfill, so we can be very happy that just by reciting these prayers that we fulfill their wishes. You who, so Lama Zopa Rinpoche, all other teachers, long life, you who uphold the subduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, spreading Majunat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 jewels, so must accomplish magnificent, honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please leave alone. Oh, I see my camera has kind of gone, but now, okay, now it's back again, sorry. I think I need a new computer because it's like, you know, the camera is having its own life. It's going on and off and on and off, even if it's an external one. Hello, Tuptala.
Hello,
How are you doing?
Good. Yeah, good.
Perfect.
Good is good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I leave you to your job in that case.
Yeah, okay, I'll do.
Okay.
My turn.
Great. Thank you very much. And also thank you very much, Chenrezig Institute. I'm sorry that I felt a bit confused when the camera all of a sudden just disappeared. Bye.
Yeah, have a good day.
Yeah, you too. Bye.
Bye-bye. Hello, everybody. Let's take refuge, huh? All sentient beings, my mothers, are infinite like space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, of infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, siddhams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So I'm praying here for all beings, for the world, for this disease to pass. Now we occur again, and especially for the causes of this disease to be completely purified, pacified, eliminated, removed, extinguished, all that. By the power of my compassion. Okay, so I'm trying to find the best possible form of compassion I can in my heart, because that's what's gonna heal. Cease all disturbing thoughts and emotions and judgments and critique, projections, disturbed states of mind. All that I'm trying to cease in my heart and mind for the sake of sentient beings, because that's what harms them, that's what hurts. And I have a disturbed mind, giving in to negative tendencies, it harms. Recognizing that, I need to stop this on my side. It's not easy to do. There's a long history of habits. But it's worthwhile to do. So recognizing that it's the most worthy activity to do right now. I'm engaging in that and sign up for this prayerathon. Take my turn, do my turn, be part of it, share, support my Sangha brothers and sisters, especially Damcha, who is taking so many hours in this prayerathon. Yeah, I could always do more, make it a priority, like he is doing. What else do I need to do than this, actually? Developing compassion by Chenrezig practice, reciting monies, put everything in perspective of this practice. That's what I want to do. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 May all the diseases that sudden the minds of sentient beings result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, that occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings being harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, a Lord of Death. May all embodied beings being harmed by 80,000 classes of interference, 360 of spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have ransom power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma practice and guardians, by the power of the truth, for the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We try again, because even though we have been praying for some time, there's still sentient beings suffering. And, we are still suffering. Just like them. So therefore we take refuge again, and again, and again. All sentient beings, my mothers, are infinite like space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, are infinite like space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, are infinite like space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Om Mani Padme Hum. Ourselves of Chenrezig, attempting to heal this world with compassion and wisdom. This mantra, which recitations transforms our ordinary body, speech, and mind, by the practice, body, speech, and mind to the resultant body, speech, and mind of an enlightened being. By practicing method and wisdom, by remembering or by meditating on method and wisdom, the appearances being completely hallucination, like a hallucination, completely empty, remembering emptiness, like one jewel profundity and clarity. Remembering that, and trying to purify ourselves and the environment and all sentient beings in that. By having pure appearance, recognize it as empty, reciting the mantra, having intense concentration on these prayers and mantra and visualization, having this objectless compassion. All sentient beings suffer even though being empty. Even though everything is empty, they grasp it in existence, create karma, and then suffer. So futile. Just need to recognize the nature of all things, phenomena, beings, activities. Get out of it. By transforming anger, attachment, ignorance, using it into the path, transforming it, do away with samsara, do away with obscurations. There's a method, and we've heard about it so many times. So let's get on with it, like Milarepa did, like Kyalansapa did, like Murashekhan did, like so many others, like so many do, like Venerable Charles is doing. Yeah, like Lama Zopa did, like his owners did. He can also do. Ramani Padma Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all diseases that send in the minds of sentient beings result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May unbodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferes, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have reliance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis and their protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So how do we make sure that these prayers are fulfilled? Well, by attending to our practice of compassion and wisdom. We do our part. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta with their born rise, may that arisen or decline will increase more and more. You know, it's nice to pray for it, but also we need to meditate on the stages of developing bodhicitta, starting with equanimity and so on. Changing oneself with others and so on. Intensely, regularly, correctly. Samsara and nirvana, like even an atom of an existence, and cause and effect, independent arising and betraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagajan's thought. These two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. Again, praying is nice, but we kind of familiarize ourselves with what we need to study in detail, extensively. Because our minds have so many obscurations, so many delusions, need so many different ways to overcome it. Studying, analyzing, thinking, discussing, meditating, and praying at the same time. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sickness. May all the sickness, without exception, of transmitted beings never occur again. Well, it would mean that they would purify the causes of those You know, if they were never to hear again, it doesn't mean they can go on, you know, pursuing their attachments and desires and getting angry, you know, staying ignorant. It doesn't go together, it doesn't fit, it doesn't gel. We do pray that all the sicknesses are exception, transmitted beings never again, that's what we wish for. But it would mean that they would, they would purify their minds in the correct way, the complete way. That's what it means. Because it wouldn't work without that. So for all the sicknesses are exception, transmitted beings to never occur again, it means they need to purify the karma obscurations by practicing the holy dharma. That's what we pray for. You know, getting sick is just one of many results of wrongdoing. So for the sickness not to occur again, all the wrongdoing needs to be stopped. We pray for that. May all the wrongdoing stops. Never occur again. Then there will be no sickness. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, Mahayana and Dharma. And by completing the qualities of the grounds and powers, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. So at the moment, we are not separated from our perfect gurus. As only to Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa, we have access to their teachings, to their advice, we can ask questions. We need to ask questions. We need to ask for guidance. We need to request. We need to keep requesting, not only in this life, in all our future lives. We never want to be separated from our perfect guides, without whom we are blinded by ignorance. We enjoy the medicine Dharma. We do enjoy it right now. We have all the conditions to enjoy it. We do enjoy it. So let's not only take it on superficial value, just listening and enjoying and saying, "Oh, it's nice thoughts, nice concepts," you know. We want to actually actualize it because it's so precious. Because our teachers put so much effort into guiding us, teaching us. Somehow we have all these conditions together, all the merit and wish to engage. So just saying, you know, by completing qualities of the grounds and powers, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. It means continuous zealous effort. That's what it means. May I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. It's like I will work at it. I'll work on it day and night. Day and night. In all my activities. May I simplify my activities according to Dharma. May my life is turning around the Dharma. It's arranged in accordance with Dharma. For the Dharma. It can be simplified. Why does it have to be complicated and busy all the time and organizing all kinds of things? Be very simple. Living in a monastery, going to teachings, doing pujas, discussing Dharma, doing karma yoga. It's a very meaningful lifestyle. Very simple. It's all about Dharma. Living in a monastery, a nunnery, I think that is about the Dharma. Could be. In a monastery, it's easy to let go of worldly concerns, just going along with the program, with the duties, with what is expected, with what was promised. Just going along. Everything arranged for us to practice day and night. So supportive living in a Dharma community. Then we enjoy the beneficent Dharma. There we are not separated from our perfect gurus. We live with them in the monastery. We are following in their advice. We are living in their advice. We are living in the vows. Wow. By that we are completing the qualities of grounds and paths. We are quickly attaining the state of Vajradhara. We should always remember that. By being ordained, by studying, reflecting, meditating in the Dharma community, under the supervision and guidance of qualified teachers, with brothers and sisters, with whom we can share so much, who inspire us, who support us, whom we inspire and support. We are completing the qualities of the grounds and paths. We are quickly attaining the state of Vajradhara. By enjoying the magnificent Dharma, many of us didn't attain grounds and paths yet, but compared to eternity, we are just about. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as my direct Mahayana richest friend in all my lives. May I never turn away for even a second, the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. Practicing morality, as Rinpoche is talking about in his latest videos with the Sangha. It's a path praised by all the Buddhas. If we take it on in a pure way, the honest way, our ways are highly praised and admired by victorious ones. We can be admired by enlightened beings for what we do in our little ordinary ways. So it's never a reason or basis to be deflated or depressed or weighted down or discouraged or anyway, not motivated, It's amazing what we have, what can accomplish. Tsongkhapa made it so clear to us. He's still guiding us. Let's rejoice in Tsongkhapa's deeds, ways, manners, example, activities, his qualities. He clarified and united and laid out in such an organized way the whole path for us to understand, to practice. So clear. So we are not turning away from that for even a second, from this pure power, highly admired by the victorious ones. Having once found it, recognize its value, what would make us to turn away from it? Delusions, attachments, anger. Not worth following. Need to recognize and stop following these disturbing emotions and afflictions, negative states of mind. We found something amazing. Pure path, admired by victorious ones. That's what we have found. That's what we can live in. Somehow we were free to join the Sangha community. And we wish that many others do. So these teachings of victorious Lama Zopa continue and prevail in the world, are made available to many other beings. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of victorious Lama and Drakpa, who lived an eminent life and done with pure morality, brave heart in doing the best of his extended deeds, and the yoga of 2 stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom and undue bliss and voidness. So, Lama Tsongkhapa was so exceptional, had such an impact on the Dharma, like purifying it, clarifying it. So it's available to us here, right now. Our task is to live in his advice, in his teachings, taking them to heart, embodying them, living accordingly, living like him. And that's what is brave in this world. Living an eminent life and done with pure morality. This is what heroes do these days. The real heroes with a brave heart, attempting to practice the Bodhisattva's deeds, extensive deeds, and aiming at the yoga of the 2 stages, not being afraid, not being scared. The most powerful way. At least trying, at least familiarizing oneself. The supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. It doesn't have to be a dream. We can, stage by stage, understand its meaning. Engage in practicing it. Gain experiences. And purify and accumulate in such a powerful way. May never be scared of practicing Tantra. It's this one time we have met this pure path, this most extraordinary path. For the bravest heroes. It's offered to us, our teachers, who embody these ways. For example, to give us initiations. Let's take them. Let's not be scared. We can attain heights we don't even dream of in this life, in this day. just by sticking to the practice. Doing the sadhana prayers, purifying, accumulating, rejoicing, dedicating. We can become like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in the forest, and always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like without resistance. Never weighted down, always happy to give whatever people need, all sentient beings need. Whatever they take away, may they take it away. Whatever they give us, may they give it to us. Completely free, inside, to let them do whatever they like. It's about them. It's not about us, it's about them. Our life is not about us, it's about them. When we are down, it's about us. What makes us to uplift is when we think of them. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. Yeah, if they want to. May all the negative karma ripen on me. May all my virtue ripen on them. So I wish to create as much virtue as I can so I can give it to others, so I have enough to give. Yeah, and if I can take away from them, whatever weights them down, that's just good. It's good for me. Give it to my self-cherishing thought. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated, may I abide to help them, even though I achieved highest enlightenment. May I become like a wish-granting Jew, fulfilling all the wishes, like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all hopes and totality beings. What makes me happy? When I can do something for others. What makes me unhappy is my self-cherishing thought, thinking me. Recognizing that, I only want to make my mind focused on others. By me seeing, hearing, thinking about, and remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may suffering instantly be pacified. May there be happiness forever. May there be happiness forever. May there be happiness forever. Sundhu, hello, how are you? Sundhu.
Hello, how are you? I'm fine.
I'm having a good time. I'm talking to my phone and to all sentient beings, and I'm talking to myself basically for the last hour.
Okay, I think now it's working. Couldn't hear you. So
Okay.
couldn't hear very well.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, have a good.
Okay, thank you for leading. Okay. Yeah, thank you especially also at the Chenrezig Institute for offering this this help with facilitating this prayerathon again. And maybe we can take a few minutes to reestablish our motivation. And as we're doing this practice, especially in order to pacify the coronavirus, we maybe can think of all beings who are suffering from that, either being sick or maybe even having died from the virus. And I think we can all remember how it feels when we are sick ourselves, or somebody who is close to us is sick, or even has died. And in the same way as we wish to be free of this kind of suffering and only wish for happiness, similarly, all sentient beings, especially those affected by the virus, are the same. Maybe in this way we can open up our hearts and develop some compassion for those beings. And if we want, we can also broaden our perspective by thinking of all other sicknesses that are in the world and the sufferings that arise from that. And all the sentient beings who are affected by that, either being sick themselves, by having this kind of suffering, due to having this in their families or within their friends. And try to generate a mind that genuinely wishes them to be free from that suffering and wishes them to endow them with happiness in its causes. And then, in order to make this a more Buddhist practice, we can also think of the general sufferings of samsara. Either within the human realm, lower realms, or the other realms, and especially about the suffering that we continuously, without any control, we burn within samsara. And this is due to our actions that have results similar to the cause. And maybe most of our actions might be more or less non-virtuous, which leads to a lower rebirth, very often, or at least negative experiences in future lives. And even our virtuous actions are still very contaminated, and they only lead usually to temporary happiness. And all our negative actions we do, especially due to our afflictions. Things we like, we get attached to. Things we don't like, we develop hatred towards. And all of that comes about due to our grasping for inherent existence. We think that there's a real thing that can get attached or angry towards them. And by that we create negative actions and experience the sufferings. But as all of us are empty of innate existence, and we are able to realize that, we have a natural abiding lineage, we have a Buddha nature, and we have a potential to completely get free from all these sufferings. But not only that, we can even achieve a full and complete Buddhahood, and then guide all other sentient beings to the same state, to being free from suffering and experience only happiness. And to the kindness of especially Buddha Shakyamuni, who has taught the path leading there, we are able to practice with path in our own mind, and we can progress gradually towards that, and we can achieve that goal. Maybe we can spend a few moments to think about the kindness of all of us beings. Maybe they have been kind towards us in the past, in this life. Without them, we would not have any food, clothing, education. We would have nothing. So things that we are usually getting pride about is actually not our own achievement. It really comes only due to the kindness of other sentient beings. And also in previous lives, We have met all other sentient beings countless times, as they have been our father, mother, maybe our children, and we have been very close to them. And in that situations, they have been very kind to us also. And in the future, they will be very kind towards us, because they are, both beings allow us to actually progress on the path. Maybe at the moment our self-centered mind might be very strong, stronger maybe than our wish to achieve full enlightenment, but certainly stronger than our mind that cherishes others. And the only way to overcome that is to generate great compassion towards all sentient beings. And also in this way, all sentient beings are very kind towards us. In order to achieve full enlightenment, we need to develop great compassion. And this is only due to our sentient beings that we are able to do that. And finally, due to their kindness, we will achieve full Buddhahood. There's no way that we'll achieve the goal with our self-centered mind. And yeah, maybe we can spend a few moments to think about the kindness of others. And then we can remember again the sufferings of all sentient beings. And by that, thinking about their kindness and their suffering, maybe we can generate a wish that genuinely wishes to free them from that suffering. And really wishes for them to have happiness and its causes. And especially that we will try to about ourselves. And especially that we are doing this short practice for this very purpose, to bring about the happiness of all sentient beings by guiding them to full enlightenment at some point when we are able to do that. And when we think about the wonderful qualities of a Buddha, his mind that sees all conventional and ultimate phenomena directly at the same time, his impartial compassion that lets him work for all sentient beings effortlessly and spontaneously. The Buddha's wonderful speech that teaches the Dharma. And his wonderful body that works for the benefit of sentient beings. Maybe we can try to, as good as we can, develop a wish to achieve that state ourselves. And then if we want, we can think of how these wonderful qualities appear in the space in front of us. in the form of the merit field, maybe as Buddha Shakyamuni. And with his compassionate gaze, he looks at us with complete acceptance. And surrounding us are all sentient beings in human form. And together we are doing the refuge prayer and the other prayers. See if I can bring it up. Yes, okay. All sentient beings, my mother, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mother, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Then we can do 1 mala of the Om Mani Padme Hum mantra. Especially think that Chenrezig is also in front of us. And at his heart is the mantra with the root syllable. From that light rays emanate. And they dissolve into us, purifying all obscurations and endowing us with all happinesses and all causes for happiness. And also with the light rays then emanate to all of us sentient beings, also purifying them and endowing them with all causes for happiness. And with this visualization in mind, we can do 1 mala of the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such the harms of God, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of those names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that happen suddenly, with 424 diseases, and so forth. Mind whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbance of 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with good health and well-being. With the compassion of the gurus and the free jewels, with the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these prayers and dedications be fulfilled. And we'll do it 2 more times, the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are, from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of those names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the free jewels, the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are, from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of those names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbance of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the gurus and the free jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And we might be able to do 1 more round. All sentient beings, my mothers, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, Mahamavas, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. Om Mani Padme Hum. Almighty Power. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of class spirits, anises, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings from life-threatening diseases that, like a blood shell, leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of those names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbance of four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Gara spirits, anises, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of those names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedication and prayers be fulfilled. One last time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Gara spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of those names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are, due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And for the dedication, we can think again, especially about the people who got affected by the coronavirus, either by being sick themselves, maybe even having died, or having friends and family who got sick. I think maybe we all know somebody who got this sickness, and develop some compassion for them. Spreading out this compassion towards all sentient beings, especially developing compassion for the type of suffering, the all-pervasive suffering that we are continuously reborn within samsara. And try to generate as good as we can a wish that really wants to achieve complete Buddhahood. Not thinking about for own purpose, but only thinking about that this achieves the purpose of all sentient beings. And really dedicate this practice for this purpose. And for the dedication prayers, I think I'll do some verses from Shantideva, but I don't have it, I cannot put it in on Zoom now. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain ocean of happiness and joy by virtues of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled, with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose body is worn with toil be restored and find repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and deliverance. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the fallen find hope and constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases they are involved, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain. Until then may I too remain, to dispel the miseries of the world. And then we can also especially dedicate this practice for the long life of all our teachers, especially His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Jigden kam dir pende maru pa kang le jungwe sampe yijin karin su meten zin gatsu la serva debsu Duje lundo abjo Tuabzu changjing jam gun gilwe Tenzin kyong palwe kunze dua poze Chuak sum kowe legman tudup Padak suak duje guntuj Denjoka, sorry. Okay, so I think the next person is already there. Hello.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
You're in Nalanda, right?
I'm at Nalanda, yes. Where are you residing at?
I'm in Lama Tsongkhapa Institute.
Wonderful. Thank you for taking over and have a good session.
Pardon?
Thank you for taking over and have a good session.
You too. Can you put in your prayers that you do also Venerable Cesare, that is a very old monk here at Lama Tsongkhapa Institute. I don't know, maybe you met him.
No, I don't think so, but of course, yeah. When we
Anyway, many people, they know him in Lama Tsongkhapa, in Nalanda. So he fell down a few days ago, and so now he's in hospital. He has many fractures intercostal, and he has hemorrhage in his brain, and is spreading. So he's about 84 years old, so he may die, you know. So it's very, very, I mean, just to make prayers that his passing is going to be good for him. Okay, so his name is Cesare Tutentardo.
Okay, I'll make a special dedication for this evening prayer today.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
you.
Okay.
Bye. Bye. So first of all, I'd like to thank all the people at Chenrezig Institute that have been supporting us for all these weekends that we are doing these prayers. And thank you, thank you, thank you. Without you, we couldn't really do this. Grazie. Ok, now I'm going to do it in Italian. Buongiorno a tutti quanti. Ho ringraziato le persone del Chenrezig Institute che ci stanno aiutando da più di 60 settimane. Penso che oggi siamo alla 62esima settimana di questa maratona di preghiera che è stata richiesta da Lama Zopa Rinpoche per calmare i disastri di questa follia mondiale che stiamo vivendo, e soprattutto perché la mente degli esseri viventi, di tutti quanti gli esseri senzienti, possa calmarsi, possano tutte quante le menti negative che causano poi lo sperimentare queste situazioni gravissime di tutti quanti possono calmarsi, che si possa sviluppare l'amore e la compassione, per cui è veramente molto molto importante in questo periodo particolarmente cercare di riconoscere quando la mente sta per essere schiavizzata dai nostri difetti mentali, quando la mente viene completamente sopraffatta dal rancore, dall'odio, dalla vendetta, e desiderare che le persone che causano dei danni agli altri possano stare male e sperimentino situazioni negative. Questo è proprio un modo di pensare che bisogna cercare assolutamente di non cadere in questo errore, perché non facciamo altro che aumentare l'esperienza negativa, non facciamo altro che moltiplicare quel tipo di esperienza. So benissimo che è difficilissimo, è difficile, perché veramente la cosa che sorge prima di tutto quando ci sentiamo colpiti per una qualsiasi cosa, anche delle cose sciocche, la prima cosa che viene in mente è come posso fare per far sì che quella persona stia male, come posso fare che magari picchiare l'altra persona, cercare di creargli dei problemi e così via. Ma questo è il tipo di mente che dobbiamo assolutamente cercare di evitare, e invece quando la vediamo sorgere imparare a lasciare andare. Lasciare andare. Se non riusciamo a lasciare andare neanche un'idea, neanche l'immagine che abbiamo di queste cose, figuriamoci se riusciamo a lasciare andare questo corpo o tutti quanti i nostri possedimenti, i nostri cari, al momento della morte, perché effettivamente l'unica realtà, l'unica cosa effettivamente che è sicuro che succederà è che prima o poi dovremo lasciare questo corpo, per cui è bene imparare fin da subito a lasciare andare. Lasciare andare non vuol dire fregarsene, semplicemente lasciare andare vuol dire riconoscere che le menti dell'arroganza, dell'orgoglio, del rancore non sono altro che delle trappole che sembra che ci aiutino, ma in realtà sono qualcosa che ci fa rimanere in questa esistenza ciclica e a soffrire. Ancora queste esperienze ci fanno pensare che domani sia meglio. No, non è vero. Domani semplicemente cambia e a seconda del tipo di attitudine mentale che noi abbiamo potrà essere meglio. E qualsiasi situazione noi stiamo vivendo è la situazione ideale in cui dobbiamo praticare. Non c'è altro, niente di più di questo. Ok, quindi ora ci mettiamo nella posizione corretta di meditazione. Principalmente non intendo corretta è che dobbiamo avere la spina dorsale dritta, in modo tale che le arie all'interno del corpo possano fluire senza ostacoli, senza blocchi. E lasciamo andare tutte quante le tensioni, lasciamo andare tutti quanti i pensieri e piano piano portiamo la nostra attenzione al movimento naturale del respiro. abbiamo questa preziosa rinascita umana che non durerà a lungo. E quindi dobbiamo cercare di sfruttarla al meglio o averne accorto le sue più alte potenzialità, senza disperderci, senza perderci in quello che è inutile e che non serve assolutamente a farci stare meglio. E come noi, innumerevoli altri esseri senzienti stanno vivendo le esistenze, vari tipi di esistenze nel samsara. Quindi ci sono innumerevoli esseri umani che a seconda del loro karma individuale sperimentano questo periodo in modi diversi. Stiamo vivendo, oltre alle malattie, le guerre, carestie, le alluvioni. Sono tantissime sofferenze che si sperimentano a causa di questo. E tantissimi esseri senzienti stanno soffrendo. Quindi proprio con l'intenzione di cercare il più possibile di lasciare andare tutte quelle che sono le cause della sofferenza, sia per noi stessi che per gli altri. E con la fede che effettivamente è possibile ottenere lo stato di illuminazione per i benefici degli altri. Cerchiamo di visualizzare intorno a noi tutti quanti gli esseri senzienti, nell'aspetto di esseri umani. Alla nostra destra abbiamo tutti quanti gli esseri maschili a partire dal nostro padre, alla nostra sinistra tutti gli esseri femminili a partire dalla nostra madre. Dietro di noi tutte le persone che ci sono care, amici, parenti e così via. E di fronte possiamo mettere tutte le persone che sono degli ostacoli nella nostra vita, che ci causano dei problemi e che sono coloro che effettivamente ci fanno vedere i nostri difetti mentali. E tutti quanti insieme, dal profondo del cuore, prendiamo rifugio. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru e delle divinità meditative e dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza guarda della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Possiamo visualizzare il Chenrezig, possiamo visualizzare il nostro Guru o una qualsiasi figura che faccia sviluppare dentro di noi amore e compassione. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru e delle divinità meditative, dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza guarda della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative, dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza guarda della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Ora, con profonda devozione nei confronti di Chenrezig, visualizziamo Chenrezig di fronte a noi, o il nostro Guru, Santità Dalai Lama, e dal suo cuore, insieme a infiniti raggi di luce che vanno a toccare noi e tutti quanti gli esseri senzienti. E in questo modo purifichiamo tutte quante le nostre impronte mentali negative. Le oscurazioni vengono completamente eliminate e possiamo visualizzare la luce bianca che entra dentro di noi e ci purifica completamente. Recitando il mantra Mani Padme Hum, effettivamente purifichiamo il karma negativo di rinascere negli inferni e rinascere come spiriti famelici negli animali, come esseri umani, Sura e Asura, e poter, mettiamo così, la predisposizione, le impronte per realizzare le 6 paramita, per purificare tutti quanti i difetti mentali, particolarmente l'ignoranza, attaccamento e rancore, orgoglio, gelosia, invidia, avarizia. Recitando il mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, mettiamo le impronte per realizzare tutto il sentiero. Nel mantra Om Mani Padme Hum è contenuto tutto il sentiero, pensando che la Om rappresenta il nostro corpo, parole e mente, che potrà ottenere lo stato di Buddha. E Mani è la grande compassione, Padme è la saggezza, la Hum rappresenta i 5 sentieri Mahayana che potremo realizzare attraverso la pratica del mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Ora recitiamo la preghiera effettiva di Thangtong Gyalpo. Recitiamo 3 volte, pensando al significato di questa preghiera. Possono tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma delle condizioni temporanee come i danni causati dagli spiriti gra, dalle malattie, dai bhutta e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali e come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separa il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche, altre malattie infettive, e qui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yahweh, Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi, interferenze dannose, e 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dati lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con i poteri dei dachini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza e l'infallibilità del capo dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati agli spiriti gravi dalle malattie, dai buti e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separare il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, e cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Iana, Signore della Morte. Possono gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenza annose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai quattro elementi che prendono il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru e tre supremi, con i poteri dei dachini, protettori del Dharma, dei guardiani, con la forza e l'infallibilità del karma dei suoi risultati, possano queste molteplici preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono ottenere malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati agli spiriti gravi dalle malattie, dai buti degli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, e come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separa il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, e qui semplice suono del loro nome terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possono gli esseri incarnati e non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai quattro elementi, e prima il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata, e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano stati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione del guru e dei tre rari supremi, con i poteri dei dachini, dei protettori del Dhamma e dei guardiani, con la forza e l'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Quindi ora facciamo la preghiera sempre di Thangtong Gyalpo per pacificare il pericolo delle armi. Grande, amorevole e vittorioso Buddha Maitreya, occhi compassionevoli, sublime e trascendente che osserva tutto, vittorioso e rivelato, Tara completamente pure e così via, e solo sentire i vostri santi nomi elimina tutti i pericoli. Oggetti di rifugio della natura e della compassione, per favore, prestatemi attenzione. Quando gli esseri senzienti nel tempo dei litigi e del prosperare delle 5 degenerazioni sono tormentati dalla sofferenza intensa di conflitti e lotte causate dall'esplosione del grande oceano di karma negativo e gelosia, per favore prosciugate questo oceano, tutto ciò con la forza della vostra saggezza trascendentale, la compassione, facendo cadere grandi piogge di nettare di amorevole gentilezza sugli esseri trasmigratori che sono infiammati al fuoco dell'odio. Per favore concedete le benedizioni affinché sarà riconoscimento reciproco come padre e madre, e così possono aumentare la felicità e il buon auspicio, sconfiggendo le moltitudini di spiriti malvagi che entrando nel continuo mentale di qualcuno lo fanno cambiare immediatamente la mente di un'asura, d'ora in poi non venire mai più in questa regione. Per favore fate sì che tutti gli esseri senzienti morti in guerra d'ora in poi abbandonino del karma negativo, causa ed effetto, possono rinascere miracolosamente nella terra di beatitudine e condurre tutti gli altri in quella terra pura. Per favore fate sì che tutti coloro che sono nati e che muoiono abbiano una lunga vita senza malattie, possono pacificare tutti i litigi e i combattimenti, godere dei 10 virtù, fate piovere nei momenti giusti, avere sempre buoni raccolti affinché tutto l'ambiente sia di buon auspicio per tutti gli abitanti. Per la realtà ultima, che è pura per natura, causa ed effetto sono infallibili poiché possiedono tale realtà ultima, e per la compassione del guru, divinità, sigillo della mente e di errari sublimi, possono queste pure le stesse preghiere essere realizzate. Ora facciamo le preghiere di dedica che consiglia Lama Zopa Rinpoche di fare in questo periodo. E quindi sono le preghiere di dedica che dobbiamo fare alla fine della nostra giornata e per dedicare appunto l'energia positiva affinché porti come risultato l'illuminazione per tutti quanti gli esseri viventi. In particolare pensiamo a tutte le persone che stanno male, che stanno soffrendo, e vi chiedo una particolare preghiera per il nostro monaco venerabile Cesare, che è proprio nel suo momento di trapasso. Posso la preziosa suprema bodhicitta Sogen chi non l'ha ancora generata, e posso la mente che già sta generata non diminuire mai, ma crescere sempre più. Samsara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca e causa effetto e origine dipendenti sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato e il pensiero di Nagarjuna. E questi due sono mutualmente complementari, non contraddittori. Per i malati. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, ma tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Noi possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separati dai guru perfetti, posso io godere del magnifico Dharma completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e dei sentieri, posso ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. E poi ancora, adesso usate gli esseri senzienti come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco e l'aria, le medicine, il legno d'arte nelle foreste, possa essere sempre usata dagli esseri senzienti esattamente come loro, fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Posso prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, posso considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa, posso il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, posso delle mie virtù maturare su di loro. Sigillare i meriti con la vacuità per tutti i meriti del passato, del presente e del futuro, accumulati da me di innumerevoli buddhi, innumerevoli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoti ad esistere dalla loro parte, posso io che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, e godere di tutti gli esseri, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da sola che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. Ora dedichiamo per la lunga vita di Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, gioiello che esaudisci i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Thangtong Gyalpo, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che detieni l'etica del soggiorgatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Manjunath, che magistralmente compie magnifiche preghiere, che onori i tre supremi salvatori miei degli altri tuoi discepoli. Per favore ti prego, viviamo. E così si conclude la nostra sessione. La prossima sessione di Italiano sarà alle 10:30, poi come sempre alle 19, alle 19:30. E per favore potete pregare per il monaco Cesare che sta sperimentando proprio il momento del passaggio. Ok, grazie. Good morning. Good morning.
Good afternoon, Venerable Celiana. How are you?
Very well, thank you. You?
Okay, good to see you.
And nice to see you too. Are you in Dharamsala, right?
I'm still in Dharamsala. I'm at Kosamling Nunnery in Lower Dharamsala.
Ah, I see. Okay. Are you feeling well there?
Yes, very beautiful location. And of course, Venerable Sangmo has been working hard for 18 years with this nunnery. It's really amazing.
Yeah. How many nuns are there now?
Well, right now we are only 5 nuns, and then there are some lay people, and then there are 3 geshes actually, 2 geshes and 1 geshe ma. So we are about a dozen people, because of the COVID situation. Yeah.
But the situation is improving in India now, right?
Well, slowly, because I think everybody is waiting for this 3rd wave, but they're not sure when and how it's going to manifest. So, people are slowly opening up and hoping for the best, but we'll see. Yeah.
Yeah.
And in Italy, everything okay?
Yeah, slowly things are kind of changing, but there is this kind of really strange situation because they want everybody to be vaccinated, and so they're pushing on this direction, and I don't know if it's going to happen, because anyway the vaccine doesn't really help at all. Anyway, this is my opinion. So,
yeah, I mean, there are so many different opinions that it's difficult to really know what best to do. But
yeah, of course, you have to think. I mean, Lama Yeshe used to say to me, you follow your nose, so I try to follow my nose. It's been always very, very good to do that. Anyway, dear, I don't want to take your time for this session.
Just
And
one more
please,
question. Who is this Mahasiddhi behind you? Who is the...
Thangtong Gyalpo.
I have an image too. It's interesting how many different images there are of Thangtong Gyalpo. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
Take care. Hopefully I'll see you maybe next time.
Yes, I hope so too. Please, can you put in the prayers also Cesare, that he fell, the monk Cesare, you remember him, right?
No, Cesare, I'm sure if I see him, I will. I'm terrible with names. What happened?
He's an old monk here at Lama Zopa Rinpoche.
Okay.
He just kind of almost looked like a woman, but was not a woman. And he's like 84. He fell down a few days ago. He had a stroke, and then he had many fractures in intercostal and hemorrhage in the brain that is spreading. So he's probably in his. Is going to go. So to help him to go well.
Yes. Okay, definitely will do that.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Have a nice day. Ciao.
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 Hello, everybody, and welcome from Posamling Nunnery in Lower Dharamsala. It's a beautiful afternoon here, and Posamling is a beautiful place full of fruit trees and flower trees which are in full blossom. We are still experiencing the monsoons. Hopefully it's the tail end. And the COVID situation is still prevalent all over India, but we are kind of like in an in-between period, wondering what's going to happen, if there is going to be a third wave or not. So I feel very fortunate to be part of this International Sangha to fulfill the wishes of our most precious Holy Guru, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, to recite these prayers together to put an end to this pandemic and all the other social and economic ills and challenges that we are facing. So I'd like to start by sharing an image of Thangtong Gyalpo. I hope you can see that. And this is an image that you will find actually all over in Tushita Dharamsala that Rinpoche had specifically recommended for this region. And as you know, we are reciting the prayer composed by Thangtong Gyalpo, who was none other than actually Shakyamuni Buddha. And out of his deep bodhicitta, he composed this prayer in order to combat the pandemic that was raging at his time. And they used many different methods to combat that pandemic, but nothing worked except this prayer that Thangtong Gyalpo composed through the power of his bodhicitta. So it's very, very fortunate for us to be reciting this together. So to begin with, though, let's start by just focusing on our breath and just being quiet and grounding ourselves and bringing our mind and body together by letting everything else go. So just take a few minutes to focus on your breath, your in-breath and out-breath. And with each out-breath, relax as much as you can. And with each in-breath, you extend your belly and draw in as much of the air around you. And you can also visualize that it is pure white light that's filling your body and the body of all sentient beings that are around us. And then if thoughts come up, which it invariably will, just let it come and go. Don't battle with it. And just come back to your breath. So let's count till 10 and do that for a few minutes. And now from this quiet place, let us visualize in front of us 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara, who is none other than our Guru, standing in front of us, beautifully bedecked with various silks and ornaments, signifying his various levels of attainment. And Avalokiteshvara has 11 heads and 1,000 arms, and is looking at us and all the sentient beings around us with great love and compassion. So visualize the bodhicitta field that on your left side is your mother, and all sentient beings from the 6 realms in the female form around her. And on your right-hand side is your father, and all the male sentient beings from the 6 realms around him. And if you have any particularly challenging or difficult people, you can place them in front of you as a way to express gratitude to them for the lessons that they are teaching us. And you can visualize that Guru Avalokiteshvara is surrounded by all the Gurus, Buddhas, and Bodhisattvas in the 10 directions. If that's too much, you can simply focus on Guru Avalokiteshvara. And if it's too much to visualize his 1,000 arms and 11 heads and the silks and the jewelry, just feel his presence. Feel this immense light, white light presence. It's a light body who is actually standing in front of us. And Guru Avalokiteshvara can see exactly what each one of us has done, including in our past lives to this moment. And yet, he is like a mother who is accepting of you like his only child. And so we open our hearts and open our minds to Guru Avalokiteshvara. And we surrender to him and to his goodness. And we bathe ourselves. We take a few minutes to allow ourselves to feel and bathe in that loving, compassionate gaze. And then we remind ourselves of our motivation. Why are we doing this practice? We are doing this practice in order to remove the causes of suffering, including the causes of this pandemic that we have all individually and collectively created. And the causes can be generally classified into the afflictive obscurations and the cognitive obscurations. So we beseech Guru Avalokiteshvara to purify us of all these obscurations so that we too may become like him. We too may become a fully enlightened Buddha like him, so that we can benefit each and every sentient being. And we can know and have the wisdom and the compassion and the skillful means to help each and every sentient being in exactly the way they need, so that they too can attain complete Buddhahood. So just take a few minutes to feel that motivation and the visualization as best as we can. And if you have particular people who you want to place in front of you who may be sick or who may be facing particular obstacles, like the monk that Ciliana mentioned, Venerable Chezira, who seems to be making this transition, then please include them in this bodhicitta field. So now we will do the refuge prayer together. Hopefully you can see this. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya.
All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, vidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Karmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, vidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Karmakaya. And now we come back to the image of Guru Avalokiteshvara, and we are going to do a series of visualizations, purifications of all our negativities, which are the causes of all these, of all our own suffering and the collective suffering that we see. As Shakyamuni Buddha said, Om ye dharma hetu prabhava hetun teshan tatatato hevada teshan chayo niroda evam vadi mahashramanaya swava. So the causes of suffering, the Buddha taught the causes of suffering, and he also very kindly taught us the causes, the path to end suffering. So we'll do a series of visualizations to help us purify all the negativities we have created from our body, speech, and mind. So take a few minutes again just to visualize Guru Avalokiteshvara, 1,000 arms standing in front of you, looking at us with great love and compassion, and we are surrounded by all sentient beings in our right and left side, and all the Buddhas are surrounding Guru Avalokiteshvara. And now we beseech Guru Avalokiteshvara to send white light from his crown into the crowns of each one of us to purify all the negativities that we created through our body. And that includes all forms of killing, even of tiny insects. Yesterday, I remember, mistakenly, I did not intend to, but there were so many mosquitoes around, and I touched my arm, and there was a mosquito who got killed as a result of that. So all the killing or harming that we did intentionally or unintentionally, and then anything we stole or any way of stealing that we engaged in, taking possessions that really did not belong to us without permission as a result of our afflictions, or sexual misconduct, or of course for monks and nuns, any kind of sexual activity, or even visualizing and thinking about it, we ask for Guru Avalokiteshvara to purify all these negativities. And any sexual misconduct that we may have engaged in the past or in the present that created hurt and pain for the sentient beings. We visualize that this white light comes into our crown and completely purifies us of all these negativities. And it comes out as dirty laundry water through our feet. So we'll do a round of Om Mani Padme Hums as we visualize this happening. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So now you can visualize that the body has been completely purified. And now visualize from Guru Avalokiteshvara's throat emerges this beautiful red radiant light, purifying our speech and the speech of all sentient beings. All the harsh words, divisive speech, all the lying and the idle gossip and chatter that we engaged in, and all the hurt and pain we have caused as a result of that. We confess that to Guru Avalokiteshvara and request him to completely purify us of that. So again, visualize this radiant red light coming into our speech, and we recite a round of Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So just take a few minutes to feel like your speech and the speech of all sentient beings have been completely purified. And now visualize that from the heart of Guru Avalokiteshvara, compose out this brilliant blue-green light into each one of our hearts, completely purified. All our obscurations, all our afflictions, and our self-grasping ego, which is the root cause of all the suffering, our root self-grasping ignorance. And on the basis of that, all the other afflictions, attachment, aversion, jealousy, doubt, pride, it arises because of that sense that we have of I and mine based on grasping at a self that does not really exist in the way that it appears. And then based on that, we have incorrect conceptualizations, and then the afflictions arise, and then under the power of these afflictions, we create so much negativities to our body, speech, and mind. And then, of course, related to the self-grasping ignorance is our self-cherishing. Ironically, not only do we believe there is a self that really does not exist, has never existed, and will never exist, but on top of that, we cherish it, and we put ourselves first at the expense of others, and then create a lot of hurt and pain. So we really pray to Guru Avalokiteshvara to purify us of all these negativities and to fill our minds with wisdom, compassion, and skillfulness. So let's do a round of Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So just take a few minutes to feel like your mind has been completely purified. Remember, we create all our suffering or happiness as a result of how we think and how we relate to others. So if we think and engage through our body, speech, and mind with others in a positive manner, in a virtuous manner, then we create happiness for ourselves and others. And if we engage with others clouded by our afflictions, with anger, hatred, or jealousy, then all we are creating is non-virtue and suffering for ourselves and others. So visualize that Guru Avalokiteshvara has completely purified all those negativities and helped us to begin to see clearly and think clearly and act with greater compassion and wisdom so that we don't repeat these same mistakes. And now imagine that from his heart comes out a little Avalokiteshvara, zillions and millions of these Avalokiteshvaras into the crown of each and every sentient being, completely transforming our impure body, speech, and mind into the pure body, speech, and mind of Avalokiteshvara. So let's do a round of Om Mani Padme Hum while we visualize this to be happening. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Just take a few minutes to feel that all sentient beings have been transformed into Avalokiteshvara. Our beautiful Mother Earth has been transformed into a celestial mansion. And every sentient being, we are all living together in peace and harmony, looking out for each other's welfare and for the benefit. And the pandemic and all the social economic ills have completely ended. And this is possible because we have the Buddha nature within us. And by systematically training and taming and subduing our minds, we can each individually and collectively undergo this transformation. But now we recognize that this is just a visualization. This has still not happened, and there's so much suffering, and COVID is still around all over the world. So we take the responsibility and make the commitment that we will recite this prayer and we will engage in the prayers and practices together so that we can put an end to all our afflictions, to our ignorance, and stop the cycle of suffering for ourselves and others. So, and that we will engage in it until we attain enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings. So we make this fervent request to Guru Avalokiteshvara. May I become a Buddha. Please help me. May I become a Buddha for the benefit of each and every sentient being. And with that intention in mind, let's recite this prayer together 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Second time, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And the last time, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And let's do a quick round of Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha to fulfill His Holiness's wishes to put an end to this COVID. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. And we quickly end with the dedications. Chanchu Sanchu Rinpoche, Make Panang Tikirchi, Kepanam Pame Payang, Gonge Gundu Pawarshu. Samsara and Nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence and cause and effect independent arising up, unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of knowledge in this thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all sicknesses and without exception of transmigrated beings never occur again. In all my lives, I am separated from perfect gurus. May I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as precious as my life. May I hold them as more precious than myself. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantha Bhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with a dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. And finally, the short, long life prayers of His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you very much for joining me. And I want to say a big thank you to Venerable Damcho, who Saturday after Saturday has to fill in the spaces that other Sangha members have not filled. And I notice he has 9 slots today. Bless him. I thank him for leading us all in this endeavor, and to the Chenrezig team for supporting us so that we can continue to offer these prayers. and fulfill the holy wishes of our most precious Guru. So I turn it over now to Paloma. Hello, Paloma. Sorry.
Hola. No, it's okay. Don't worry. It's perfect. Thank you.
I just, the reason I got a little late was I was talking to Celiana, who was before me, and you know, Cesare is.
Yes, I heard about Cesare. I will explain now to the people in
Yes.
Spanish.
So
I mean,
please,
he has been.
please include.
Yes, of course. He helped. I mean, he was one of the main builders of the Oselin Stupa when I was.
Oh, I see. Oh, how amazing! How amazing!
Yeah. It is. Anyway, take care, dear.
Take care. Enjoy.
Gracias. Wow. Bueno, pues un saludo a los venerables, Drolma, Fabioski y los que os juntáis en YouTube. Hoy Venerable Begoña no puede por la mañana, así que espero que se junte por la tarde. Y bueno, veo que estás en un jardín, ¿no, Drolma? O en el cementerio, porque hay muchos cipreses.
No, aquí en Granadita, en ¿cómo se llama el parquecito? Está bonito. Ay, Dios mío, se me ha olvidado. El parque Federico García Lorca.
Mira, ahí al aire libre, sus oraciones, pues nada, ponte al personal alrededor. Bueno, ¿cuándo te operan, Drolma?
El miércoles, Paloma, el miércoles 6.
Vale, pues por supuesto dedicaremos para que todo vaya maravillosamente bien y que no solamente se recupere la vista de tus ojos, sino sobre todo el tercer ojo, que aparezca el tercer ojo con potencia, sin ningún tipo de velo, ¿vale?
Muy bien.
Bueno, si os parece, vamos a estar unos momentos en silencio, luego quería compartir algunas cosas y arrancamos, ¿vale? Y bueno, como anyway, Chenrezig Institute, thank you very much for your support. Hola, team. Hello. I was missing you.
Yes. We swapped some shifts around, so in the last month or two, I've been starting in the morning and not.
I know. Thank you. It's nice. Está bien no encontrar otra vez a Tim, ¿verdad, chicos? Okay, thank you, Tim. Bye. Bueno, pues eso, que vamos a estar unos momenticos en silencio y luego arrancamos, ¿vale? Y aunque sea por breves instantes, recordemos, porque luego la verdad es que con las actividades cotidianas la mente se nubla totalmente. Entonces recordemos que es alucinante tener esta vida humana, esta preciosa vida humana. Pensamos que es algo, no le damos el valor realmente, hablo por mí, no nos damos cuenta de lo que tenemos y la malgastamos. No solamente la malgastamos sin sacar el máximo provecho de todo lo que podemos conseguir con esta vida humana, sino que encima cultivamos y añadimos causas a nuestro sufrimiento, creando causas para volver a los reinos inferiores. Y es penoso que después de tanto esfuerzo, habiendo llegado hasta aquí, después de lo increíble que es haber encontrado a Lama Zopa Rinpoche, a Santidad del Dalai Lama, a Geshe Lamsan, a nuestros maestros, no lo aprovechemos al máximo y que los engaños nublen nuestra sabiduría y cierren nuestro corazón. Entonces, por lo menos al comienzo de esta actividad, que nos aseguremos de dar una buena dirección a este tiempo juntos y recordemos la bondad de los seres y que lo que quiera que hagamos, lo que quiera que aprendamos, vaya a ser un remedio hacia la enfermedad de la ignorancia y el egocentrismo, y que de esa forma podamos ir capacitándonos, desarrollando las cualidades búdicas para poder servir a los seres y a liberarlos del sufrimiento y conducirlos a la iluminación. Muy bien, bueno, pues quería compartir brevemente, chiquitito. Hoy he estado traduciendo el último vídeo de Rinpoche, que saldrá, pues no sé si mañana, pasado, depende de cuándo lo arreglen. El último que he publicado es sobre la depresión, que en realidad está hablando de la vacuidad, ¿no? Porque claro, si el yo está vacío, pues difícilmente sobre un yo vacío se edifica todo lo demás. Y en el vídeo de hoy, que sigue hablando de la depresión, algo que muy inspirador, como todo lo que Rinpoche nos comparte, empieza hablando de que toda la felicidad nos viene gracias a los demás, gracias a los seres, y eso se nos olvida. Dice, e igualmente que gracias a los seres nos viene la felicidad, nos viene gracias a los budas. ¿De qué forma? Y enfatiza muchísimo que desde nuestra mente no tiene principio y que los budas, los innumerables budas, están continuamente ayudándonos, guiándonos, y que algo que, bueno, muchos de vosotros, si habéis recibido enseñanzas y que sabéis, todos nuestros pensamientos virtuosos, nuestras palabras, nuestras acciones virtuosas, en realidad es una acción de Buda. Es decir, creamos esos aspectos virtuosos en base a una acción de Buda, a esa guía, a esa orientación. Y entonces, desde ese punto de vista, orienta Rinpoche que la felicidad no solamente nos viene de los seres, sino que nos viene de los Budas. Y entonces nos recuerda que... o sea, que nunca se nos olvide, nunca dudemos, que los budas no es que se hayan olvidado de nosotros, no es que hayan alcanzado la iluminación y bye bye, no. Los budas siguen trabajando continuamente por nosotros. El problema es que cuando uno se siente que, jolín, estoy aquí abandonada de todos los budas, ¿y por qué me pasan todos estos problemas si el Buda está trabajando por mí? Entonces, nuestros oscurecimientos nos impiden realmente ver la realidad tal cual es, y nuestros oscurecimientos nos impiden ver que los budas están ahora aquí presentes. Exactamente igual que la historia de Asanga, recordar que tenía Maitreya al lado y demás. Y entonces también Rinpoche empieza a hablar de todo el esfuerzo increíble que hicieron el Buda histórico en concreto, pues hasta llegar a la budeidad, la gran acumulación de méritos y la gran acumulación de sabiduría para poder a cada uno de nosotros guiarnos, conducirnos a más allá del sufrimiento. Entonces, que tengamos siempre presente, tengamos totalmente certeza de que los budas siguen trabajando para nosotros, y que ahora, debido a nuestros oscurecimientos, pues es gracias al aspecto ordinario que se muestran a través de nuestros maestros que que nos están guiando. O sea, cada instrucción, cada consejo, cada enseñanza que recibamos de Geshe-la, de Rinpoche, de su santidad el Dalai Lama, es la enseñanza, el consejo, la guía de todos los budas, diciéndonos por dónde ir, manifestándose en ese aspecto ordinario. Entonces, que recordando esos aspectos, pues que también enfatizaba que cuando quiera que aparezcan problemas, ya sean económicos, de relación, de enfermedad o mentales, etcétera, que practiquemos pensando, que utilicemos esas circunstancias sabiendo que es además fruto de nuestro karma, y que utilicemos esas circunstancias para vivir, para desarrollar compasión, que es el antídoto de donde vienen esos problemas. Es decir, que pueda esta enfermedad, pueda esta dificultad, que pueda yo vivirla por los demás, que los demás se vean libres de esos problemas y que pueda lograr la iluminación para conducir a todos los seres a ese estado. Entonces, bueno, dicho esto, que nos acordemos que Buda está guiándonos. De hecho, jolín, tenemos una suerte increíble con Lama Zopa Rinpoche, que le es difícil disimular que es un ser iluminado, ¿no? Y que además nos ha puesto en estas circunstancias para practicar virtud, por lo menos todos los sábados, entonces, y se manifiesta como Guru Chenrezig para ello. Entonces, también quería comentar esta sesión por supuesto vamos a dedicar por todos los seres, pero especialmente quería incluir a venerable Cesare, un monje italiano que ayudó, fue clave en la construcción de la estupa de Oselín, así como en la construcción de las estupas allí en Italia. Ahora está bastante mal, ha tenido creo que una trombosis, se cayó, se ha roto un montón de cosas y bueno, puede que esté en las últimas. Entonces, que pensemos en Cesare también, dediquemos para que tenga una mente apacible y se reencuentre con el Buda de la compasión cuando quiera que llegue el momento. Entonces, como venerable Fabio se tiene que ir hoy un poquito antes, venerable Fabio, si quieres decir alguna dedicación, alguna motivación, lo que tú quieras, maravilloso. No te oímos. No puede ser, vale, chachi, no. Bueno, pues nada, lo que quiera que piense Fabio de dedicación, así lo hacemos. Vale, no te... Ok, entonces vamos a... Ah, mira, lo pone ahí. No, ya veo que no tiene sonido. Vale, bueno, pues vamos a empezar, niños. Ok, recordando a todos los seres a nuestro alrededor, nuestras madres, de donde proviene toda nuestra felicidad. Recordando lo precioso de esta vida humana, habiendo encontrado a los Budas en el aspecto de nuestros gurus, y nos disponemos a no desperdiciar esta oportunidad, a seguir su senda de amor, compasión y sabiduría para liberar a nuestras madres. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de los maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis, tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Entonces, a la hora de recitar el mantra, recordamos que brota, como hemos visto estas imágenes, ¿no?, del volcán con esa fuerza. Bueno, pues así continuamente desde todos los poros del guru, de nuestro maestro, Guru Chenrezig, brota la energía de la bondad, la compasión, una energía luminosa, cálida, que cuando llega a nosotros y a los seres limpia, arrasa totalmente con la negatividad, los oscurecimientos, te colma de paz, de amor, de bondad. Entonces pensemos que así está llegando esa energía a todos los seres, nuestras madres que nos rodean, que están en situaciones tan penosas, tanto en el reino humano como otros reinos de existencia, y nos colma de sus cualidades. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Seguimos recitando el mantra en silencio, dejándonos impregnar, limpiar, colmar por la energía de la sabiduría compasiva de Guru Chenrezig, que limpia totalmente nuestros obstáculos, nuestras resistencias, oscurecimientos, engaños, etc. Y recordemos que llega a Césare, a todos los seres, también los que están ahora tan desolados, por ejemplo, en Canarias, y a todos los seres. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Piensa que tanto tú como los seres estamos impregnados de la energía luminosa, compasiva de Guru Chenrezig, que ha como un cielo claro, libre de nubes, así nuestro corazón, nuestra mente libre de manchas, de oscurecimientos, de negatividad. Y desde la fuerza de la bondad y la compasión nos unimos en las oraciones a las oraciones de los bodhisattvas, especialmente, y de los budas, especialmente Thangtong Gyalpo, y recitamos la oración. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, enfermedades y elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si les colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente y por las 400 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan el cuerpo y la mente de todo placer pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz, fuerza y gozar de una larga vida, salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Segunda repetición. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero y separan el cuerpo y el espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo, y que los seres encarnados no sean tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si les colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, las 424 enfermedades, etc. Y puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan cuerpo y mente de todo placer pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Última repetición. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, enfermedades y elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si les colocaran en la boca de llama al Señor de la muerte. Y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los arreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Hacemos la súplica a Guru Chenrezig: oh Aria de ojos compasivos, tesoro de compasión, por favor préstame atención. Te ruego que me guíes a mí y a todos los padres y madres de los 6 reinos para rápidamente ser liberados del gran océano del samsara. Te suplico que pueda crecer la mente, el despertar inigualable, vasta y profunda. Con las lágrimas de tu gran compasión, limpia todos mis engaños y karmas. Por favor, condúcenos con tus manos compasivas a mí y a los errantes a los campos de gozo. Por favor, Amitabha y Chenrezig, ser nuestros amigos virtuosos en todas nuestras vidas, mostradnos bien el camino puro e inequívoco y llevadnos rápidamente al estado de Buda. Entonces visualizamos que en Guru Chenrezig todo amor, compasión, bondad, esa mirada tan especial de tu maestro manifestándose como Guru Chenrezig. Desde tu coronilla viene una réplica, viene a tu coronilla y a la de todos los seres. Se condensa en luz la energía, ahí está condensado todo ese gran amor, esa bondad, esa compasión, esa sabiduría que entra por la coronilla, desciende hasta el chakra del corazón. A su paso limpia totalmente todos, incluso las huellas más sutiles de los engaños. Y tu mente te quedas totalmente unificado con esa experiencia de la naturaleza pura, clara, del Dharmakaya de Guru Chenrezig. Y rezamos para no enturbiarlo, no olvidarlo, no ignorar, sino que se manifieste continuamente en cómo hablamos con los demás, cómo nos relacionamos, cómo pensamos, cómo actuamos. Y dedicamos. Venerable Drolma, por favor.
A través de estos méritos pueda todo el karma negativo en lo individual y en lo colectivo que todos los seres hemos creado para experimentar esta época tan degenerada pueda extinguirse total y absolutamente lo más pronto posible. Que pueda todo el sufrimiento de los seres, todo tipo de enfermedades ser eliminados y podamos todos los seres tener salud mental, emocional, física, puedan detenerse todo el daño de los elementos y pueda aumentar el amor y la compasión en todos los seres.
Millones de gracias. Entonces recordemos especialmente a los que están ahora afectados por diferentes situaciones dolorosas. Pensemos especialmente en los afectados en La Palma por tanto humanos, perdiendo sus medios de vida, perdiendo todo, como los animales que están falleciendo. Entonces, tanto por ellos como por todos los que están afectados por los diferentes desastres naturales, condiciones difíciles de vida en sus países, enfermedades, cualquiera de los sufrimientos que amenazan, que están presentes en el samsara, que podamos eliminar las causas para esos sufrimientos, como decía venerable Drolma. Y bueno, dedicamos muy especialmente para que vaya bien tu operación, Drolma, también para la recuperación de venerable Nerea, también por venerable Césare y también muy especialmente por el buen renacimiento de venerable Tony. Y no solamente por los venerables y las venerables, sino por tantas y tantas seres y especialmente todas esas personas con las que tenemos un cierto vínculo y que nos piden que recemos por ellos, pues que todos sus deseos se cumplan de acuerdo al Dharma. Que volvamos a encontrarnos pronto con nuestros maestros y bueno, que la preciosísimamente la bodichita que no ha nacido pueda surgir y crecer y que la que ya ha nacido pueda incrementarse más y más sin nunca degenerar. Que podamos lograr el estado de Buda Chenrezig para poder conducir a todos los seres a ese estado, que en todas nuestras vidas volvamos a encontrarnos con estos Budas, nuestros maestros, podamos recibir las enseñanzas Mahayana inequívocas y practicándolas con pureza, lograr rápidamente la liberación y la iluminación. Pensemos también así que suceda esto para todos los seres, especialmente nuestros familiares, y por los sagrados proyectos de nuestros maestros que sean del máximo beneficio para los seres y que tanto nuestros centros como todas las instituciones que ayudan a los demás tengamos siempre condiciones favorables a nivel humano, espiritual y material para seguir ofreciendo esa ayuda a los seres y por la larga vida de nuestros maestros. En la tierra rodeada de montañas nevadas, tú eres la fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad. Poderoso Chenrezig Tensin-Gyatso, que llevas una vida larga hasta que finalice el samsara. Tú que mantienes el camino moral del suyugador, que sirves como el generoso que lo soporta a todos, sosteniendo, preservando y extendiendo la victoriosa doctrina de Manjunath, que llevas a cabo oraciones magníficas que honran a las tus fillas, Salvador mío, y los demás tus discípulos, te lo ruego, ten una vida larga. Pues muchas gracias. Os recuerdo que hoy a las 9 nos juntamos de nuevo con venerable Fabio, ¿vale? Y bueno, thank you team and Chenrezig Institute, all the team. Y nada, vale, gracias. Hola, Cristiana, how are you?
Fine. Are you fine also?
Yes.
I see you well. Okay. Okay, Drolma, thank you. Chenrezig Institute, thank you. And is Begonia well?
Yes. She's not here today because she has a course. Then she has a weekend course and it was not possible. Okay. Vale, chao.
Chao.
Besitos. Bye.
Allora, cominciamo questa sessione in italiano. Grazie Irene e Livio che ci siete sempre. Io penso che questa vostra costanza e questa vostra fiducia nella maratona ci porterà dei fantastici risultati. Non so in quale vita, ma è bellissimo vedervi sempre qui, ok? Allora, poi magari ci sono tante altre persone che seguono su YouTube, ma questo io non lo vedo. Ok, comunque grazie a tutti, chiunque ascolti questa maratona, grazie a tutti quanti. Va bene, allora, cominciamo la pratica e cerchiamo di mettere a fuoco tutto quello che facciamo. Facciamo soprattutto, oggi facciamo una cosa, diciamo così, basica, di base, pratica di consapevolezza. Ora io oggi non vi spiego tante cose come faccio spesso per, diciamo così, farvi interessare, farvi approfondire, non voglio, ecco, non voglio farvi proprio niente. Ok, io stessa recito insieme a voi e facciamo attenzione a tutte le parole. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, infiniti come lo spazio, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Maestro Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, infiniti come lo spazio, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, infiniti come lo spazio, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei maestri, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei maestri, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei maestri, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Recitiamo ora il mantra del Buddha della compassione Avalokitesvara, che come diciamo sempre è la rappresentazione della qualità di perfetta compassione illuminata, vittoriosa di tutti i Buddha, di tutti i risvegliati. Dal suo corpo bianco luminoso di fronte a noi si emanano raggi di luce, vanno a colpire noi tutti gli esseri senzienti e tutti siamo riempiti da questa luce mentre recitiamo le sue sacre parole, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Ora continuiamo a recitare a bassa voce più velocemente. Continuiamo a recitare a bassa voce più velocemente per fare più mantra e nel frattempo pensiamo che questa luce ci purifica da tutte le oscurazioni, difetti mentali e qualunque altro problema e ci dona tutte le qualità positive per arrivare velocemente allo stato del risveglio senza perdere il sentiero. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Bene, ora gioiamo di questa pratica che abbiamo fatto. Noi, insieme a tutti gli infiniti esseri senzienti, siamo stati purificati e abbiamo ricevuto tutte le qualità per completare il sentiero. È importante che gioiamo di questa pratica perché il karma positivo puro in questo modo si accresce. Un paio di minuti. Bene, ora facciamo una dedica molto potente, questa composta dal Mahasi, da Thangtong Gyalpo, recitando la quale i monaci di un monastero afflitto da epidemia in Tibet, un monastero di scuola a Sakya, avevano potuto guarire dall'epidemia. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano da karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti, dalle malattie e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il semplice suono dei cui nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati all'interno della bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, dai 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, dalle 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano corpo e mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che corpo e mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei 3 erari e supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano tutte queste dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Bene, ora dedichiamo per gli scopi specifici di questo nostro ambiente e della nostra terra, di ciò che sappiamo rispetto alle sofferenze degli esseri, che è poco. Ciò che sappiamo è poco rispetto a quello che succede, questo ricordiamocelo sempre. Però almeno rispetto a quello che sappiamo facciamo dediche specifiche. Quindi perché sia risolto il problema della pandemia, soprattutto nei paesi poveri i cui governi non hanno avuto possibilità di comprare medicine, vaccini o altro. E per tutte le guerre, le carestie, le condizioni di grave instabilità in tutte le parti del mondo, per cui la gente, molte persone, tantissime persone rischiano di non avere da mangiare, da bere, soprattutto da curarsi, soprattutto no, anche da curarsi, quindi perché aumenti la consapevolezza della necessità di lavorare in interdipendenza per risolvere i problemi del mondo, per risolvere i problemi dell'ambiente, del clima, con un'attitudine di interdipendenza da parte dei nostri governanti, perché si ristabilisca una connessione organica tra ciò che tantissimi di noi pensano e le attività dei nostri governi, invece di dover assistere a uno scollamento tra l'una e l'altro. In particolare, ora noi qui in Italia abbiamo, come Sangha, abbiamo il nostro monaco Cesare che è in gravi condizioni di salute, gravissime, quindi dedichiamo perché il suo stato attuale non lo butti nel panico, non sia doloroso. Dedichiamo perché tutto quello che gli succederà da ora in poi sia, in tutto quello che gli succederà da ora in poi, lui possa vedere la protezione dei suoi maestri e di tutti i Buddha. E facciamo dediche anche per la salute di Marina, che l'ha richiesto, perché si scopra qual è il suo problema fisico. Facciamo dediche perché tutte le attività positive, tutte le attività di beneficio siano sviluppate, si sviluppino senza ostacoli. Le attività nostre, di noi che seguiamo una qualche forma di pratica spirituale, diciamo così, prestabilita, per esempio noi monaci buddisti, noi Sangha laico buddista, noi monaci, i monaci delle altre tradizioni spirituali, la cristiana, la tradizione cristiana, le altre tradizioni, e i laici di tutte le altre tradizioni spirituali, quindi perché queste attività abbiano sviluppo e non conoscano ostacoli, perché le attività che non si definiscono nemmeno spirituali, che non vogliono definire se stesse nemmeno spirituali, ma sono attività di solidarietà, di benevolenza, di onestà, di aiuto, perché queste attività non trovino ostacoli, non trovino più ostacoli. Ok. Ora facciamo le dediche generali. Che sono la cosa più importante quando si pratica in modo formale, nel senso che qualunque cosa facciamo che è positiva e mentre la pratichiamo la facciamo con una mente pura, cioè con una mente non egoista, immediatamente dopo la nostra mente egoista se ne appropria e la rende un successo personale. Io ho fatto la pratica, io sono stata bene, io qui e io là. Quindi diventa in realtà questa pratica pura che abbiamo fatto per ora in modo puro, diventa una pratica mondana per il potere della nostra interpretazione scorretta del passato appena avvenuto. Allora noi modifichiamo questo rischio, cioè lo indirizziamo la nostra interpretazione in una direzione corretta, e questo avviene attraverso le dediche generali. Possa la preziosa suprema mente dell'illuminazione, che non è ancora sorta, sorgere. Quella sorta possa non declinare, ma crescersi sempre più. Samsara e Nirvana mancano anche di un solo atomo di esistenza intrinseca, e causa ed effetto e sorgere dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le vostre benedizioni per discernere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, secondo cui questi due pensieri, uno, che Samsara e Nirvana mancano di anche solo un atomo di esistenza intrinseca. Samsara è il mondo dove viviamo, Nirvana è il mondo dove vogliamo vivere, un mondo perfetto, ma entrambi mancano di anche un solo atomo di esistenza intrinseca. Eppure causa ed effetto e sorgere dipendente, questo è il secondo pensiero, sorgono infallibilmente. Quindi chiediamo le benedizioni di tutti i Buddha per capire che questi due sono mutuamente complementari e non contraddittori. Per quanti esseri malati ci siano, possano essere velocemente liberati da ogni malattia. Possano tutte le malattie senza eccezione degli esseri trasmigratori non verificarsi più. Questa è la più importante di dedica, perché non otterremo la perfetta illuminazione in questa vita a meno che non abbiamo già maturato un karma molto, molto, molto speciale nel corso di tantissime vite precedenti. E quindi dobbiamo calcolare che ci vorrà del tempo prima che otteniamo la perfetta illuminazione, e perché questo tempo sia sempre fruttuoso abbiamo bisogno dei maestri, dei loro insegnamenti e del sentiero graduale. Quindi questa è la dedica più importante. L'illuminazione noi la desideriamo per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri, giusto? Quindi questa è la dedica più importante. In tutte le mie vite, mai separato dai guru perfetti, possa io godere del magnifico Dharma e, completando le qualità di terreni e sentieri, possa io velocemente ottenere lo stato di Vajradhara, Buddha primordiale, il Buddha fondamentale. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, il vento, le medicine e il legno nella foresta, possa io sempre essere utilizzato da tutti gli esseri senzienti come vogliono loro, senza fare alcuna resistenza. Possa io tenere gli esseri senzienti cari come la mia vita. Possano gli esseri senzienti tenere me massimamente caro. Possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me. Possano tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Finché anche un solo essere senziente non sarà stato liberato dal samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se ho già ottenuto la suprema illuminazione. Possa io diventare come un gioiello che soddisfa tutti i desideri e come un albero che concede tutti i frutti che sono desiderati, soddisfacendo così le speranze degli esseri trasmigratori. Tramite il mero vedermi, udirmi, pensare a me o ricordarmi, toccarmi o parlare a me, possano tutte le sofferenze istantaneamente essere pacificate e possa esserci felicità per sempre. A causa dei meriti passati, presenti e futuri, accumulati da me, dagli innumerevoli Buddha e dagli innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dal loro proprio lato, possa io, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dal mio proprio lato, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione che è completamente vuota di esistere dal suo proprio lato, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dal loro proprio lato a questo stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dal suo proprio lato, da me stesso da solo che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dal mio proprio lato. Ora dedichiamo per la lunga vita di 2 tra le emanazioni di esseri illuminati con cui abbiamo buona connessione, migliore connessione. Noi come associazione dei monaci della Fondazione per la preservazione della tradizione mahayana abbiamo connessione soprattutto come organizzazione generale, abbiamo connessione soprattutto con Sua Santità il Dalai Lama e con Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Però molti di noi possono avere connessione con altre manifestazioni illuminate che si presentano a noi in questa terra, in questo periodo storico, alla nostra presenza fisica addirittura. E quindi in questa dedica per la lunga vita di questi 2 maestri racchiudiamo anche le dediche per tutti i nostri maestri illuminati, che non devono essere necessariamente maestri buddisti, però sono maestri puri, sono maestri che rappresentano il risveglio perfetto, la liberazione perfetta dalla sofferenza, la capacità perfetta di aiutare gli altri, lo rappresentano su questa terra. Tu che sei il gioiello che soddisfa tutti i desideri, la sorgente di qualunque singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile supremo Thangtong Gyalpo, possa tu avere lunga vita e i tuoi santi desideri essere spontaneamente soddisfatti. Tu che adesso per Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che sostieni la moralità del soggiogatore, tu che servi come potente aiuto per tutti, tu che supporti, preservi e diffondi la vittoriosa dottrina di Manjushri, tu che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i 3 gioielli, Salvatore di me stesso e degli altri tuoi discepoli, ti prego, vivi a lungo. Ok? Venerable Lozan Trinley, I am ready. Hi there.
Hello.
From Australia.
Yes.
Okay, we are so far.
We are
Ciao,
so
grazie.
far.
Have a good practice.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Take care. Hello. Welcome, everybody. I am Trinley from Australia, as you just heard, from Brisbane, Lungri Tangpa Centre in Brisbane. And we're a city centre, and we have, maybe 7 or 8 monks and nuns who are part of the centre. We, some of us work and some of us don't. And we all contribute to the centre in our own ways. Now, this practice that we've been doing for such a long time now, well over a year, Lama Zopa Rinpoche asked us to do this practice during the pandemic, until the pandemic ends. And he asked that the monks and the nuns of the IMI do this practice. And, the IMI was an organisation that was started by Lama Yeshe in 1982. And he had this when we're a monk or a nun, we're given this great book, Lama Yeshe and Lama Zopa Rinpoche, Advice for Monks and Nuns, which is very, very good. And I'd just like to read a little bit out of it for those people who might be tuning in who don't know who the IMI is really or how we started. This is Lama Yeshe saying, I'd like to recount a little of the history of the International Mahayana Institute, the IMI. Some people had doubts when I called this organization the International Mahayana Institute. They didn't like the name. I don't care. Who cares whether some like it and others don't? That's just the dualistic mind at work. Without an object of hatred, there's no desire. But I came up with this name because the words mean something. The members of our Sangha come from all over the world, so we are truly international. The Buddhism we practice is Mahayana, and since we are an educational phenomenon, I called it an institute, the International Mahayana Institute. And as you can see by this practice every weekend, we have monks and nuns truly from all over the world, following on from each other's sessions. So why did I create this institute? Because I felt that according to the Vinaya rules, it was my responsibility to do so. Our Sangha members started their Dharma studies with the Lam Rim. This gave them some understanding of the nature of samsara, the benefits of renunciation, and the best way to practice. Through their own experience, they were enthusiastic about getting ordained. So I said yes. But for me to say yes is easy. I can ordain anybody any day just by reciting the words of the ordination ceremony, blah, blah, blah. But ordaining someone is more than just a day's work. Lord Buddha said that you have to take care of your Sangha. But how do you take care of the Sangha? I'm just a stupid Himalayan monk with neither worldly nor organizational experience. I was never even a manager in Sarah Monastery. I was just a simple monk. All I did was study and serve and cook for my teacher. When I checked out what needed to be done, it appeared difficult for me to take responsibility for what has now become almost 100 monks and nuns. This process led me to conclude that if I created a Sangha community organisation, its members would help each other. And, that is what we do. That was 1982, 100 monks and nuns. Now we have something like around 350, I think. As I said, from all over the world. And the IMI has things in place to be able to help monks and nuns who are sick and monks and nuns who are going through challenging times. And it's a way for us to reach out to each other and to support each other. And so when we support each other, we can truly work very, very diligently to help others. And so tonight, helping others comes in the form of this practice, reciting this beautiful prayer, the Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. We recite the motivation in the form of refuge. The refuge was given by Arya Avalokiteshvara to Ka Napa Paljo Sharavan by him to Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Afterwards, it provided infinite benefits for living beings. So we can recite the beautiful motivation 7 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now we recite the mantra of compassion, and we will do it for 3 malas. The first mala we'll recite aloud, and then for 2 malas we'll recite under our breath. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. As we continue to recite the mantra, visualize all suffering beings, especially those who are suffering through this pandemic, whatever their suffering might look like. And think as you recite the mantra, radiant rays of light spread from our heart of compassion, infused with loving kindness to all these beings who are suffering. Every time we recite the mantra, our heart refills with compassion, and we send it out to others. There is no limit to the compassion that we have to offer others. Woman from here, woman from here, woman from here, woman from here. Woman from here, woman from here. Woman from here, woman from here. Woman from here, woman from here, woman from here. Woman from here, woman from here, woman from here. Woman from here, woman from here, woman from here, woman from here, woman from here. Woman from here, woman from here, woman from here, woman from here. Woman from here, woman from here, woman from here, woman from here. Woman from here, woman from here, woman from here, woman from here, woman from here. Woman from here, woman from here. Woman from here, woman from here, woman from here. Woman from here, woman from here, woman from here, woman from here. Woman from here, woman from here. Woman from here, woman from here, woman from here, woman from here. Woman from here, woman from here, woman from here, woman from here. Woman from here, woman from here, woman from here, woman from here. Oh, mani peme, oh, mani peme, oh, mani peme, oh, mani peme, oh. And you can think that through the power of your recitation of the mantra, all suffering beings are healed. We can think, we can pray, may all sentient beings have happiness and the causes of happiness. May all sentient beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May all sentient beings never be separated from the happiness that knows no suffering. May all sentient beings abide in equanimity, free from attachment for some and hatred for others. Now we can do the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Now we can do our dedication prayers. At Langri Tangpa Zeta, after our meditation classes, we like to recite the prayer from chapter 10 of the Guide to the Bodhisattvas, Way of Life by Master Shantideva. And so keep in mind, as we recite this prayer, all suffering beings everywhere, particularly those who are suffering with COVID-19 and whatever COVID-19 has brought about for them. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the hopeless find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all the medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and the people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that state. And the long life prayers for our precious His Holiness the Dalai Lama. May you live long, 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 till more than 100, like you've promised us. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling true source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech. May all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And our very precious teacher, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who so kindly has given us this practice to do, may you also live to more than 100. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honouring the three jewels, protector of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And then, to seal the practice with emptiness and to make a final dedication, due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all war, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, I, all of the hard work you do. Thank you to all of the other Sangha throughout the world for taking part in this practice every weekend, for doing everything that you do to help others. May you be healthy and happy. Hello, and strong.
We're just hosting it.
Yep.
From Chenrezig Institute.
Yes, thank you, Chenrezig Institute. You do an amazing job every weekend. I'm just amazed. Such stamina you guys have. Hello.
Hello.
How are you, Venerable Sarah?
That hand is connected to me. The royal wave. The royal wave.
Yes.
Thank you, Chenrezig. Thank you, Venerable.
Thank you very much.
Listening and enjoying very much.
Thank you. Thank you. You well?
Yeah. Good. I'm very well. Yes, I'm very well. I've managed to survive COVID.
Wonderful.
No, I mean I haven't got it. I've been here and somehow I don't know, unless I got it and I didn't have any symptoms, but I seem to have been fine, you know. Apart from the inevitable onset old age, which has its own symptoms.
I totally understand. Well, you take care.
You guys can come soon, right? Australia is going to be liberated soon. You can leave.
Soon. the Queensland's being a bit standoffish. They're not buying into the international travel as yet.
Wow.
Well, you look
well,
after yourself.
We almost got stranded in Australia because we were all coming from Rinpoche's teachings, remember? And we almost got stranded. Wouldn't that have been interesting?
For us, it would have been amazing. But yes, we're just hoping.
3 weeks later, and we would all, the whole international family would have been stuck in Bendigo Stupa for 2 years doing retreat with Rinpoche.
How blessed would we have all been? But you know, maybe
amazing.
It'll happen soon. not the being stuck, but coming to Australia.
Yeah, hope so. Hope so.
Oh, take care, Venerable Sarah.
Thank you. Much love. Take care.
Bye.
Yeah. Okay. So can you see the prayer wheel? Oh, thank you. You can. Hi, Chenrezig. You guys are amazing, 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 and amazing. And I saw the photos of your lunch.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's a milestone, a bit over a year now. So and it doesn't look like finishing too soon yet. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Thank you. You're really Chenrezig.
Okay, thank you.
Doing the activity of Chenrezig. Okay, so my name is Sarah, and I'm here in Bodh, Nepal, where the Great Stupa is. So up on the mountain, the hill behind me actually is Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, precious guru. It's a beautiful day. We're at the end of the monsoon. It's very sunny. It's very clear. From the rooftop, I can see so many monasteries, and it's just yeah, it's very special to be here. And so I'm going to do 3 sessions now. So my main idea is to recite Om Mani Padme Hum. For those of you who caught the wonderful transmission and blessing of Thangtong Gyalpo's precious Chenrezig sadhana last Sunday, I think it was, with His Holiness Sekachizin. His Holiness was just so beautiful to watch, and His Holiness kind of sort of was saying, now you've received this, you can immediately start doing 4 sessions a day for the rest of your life. So anyway, but then it kind of went down, and like, if you can't manage that, then do this. If you can't manage that, do this. If you can't manage that, do this. And sort of one of the lesser things His Holiness said was, well, at least recite 10 million Om Mani Padme Hum. And that's quite a lot, actually. So I've only in my lifetime remember counting 1 million, actually counting 1 million. But anyway, it's extremely inspiring. And this mantra is just so special and so precious. And then combined with Thangtong Gyalpo's precious prayer, which we've received the transmission for from Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche now quite a few times. It's just a very, very special thing to do. And I obviously don't know what it looks like in America or Europe or Australia or the rest of the world, but in Nepal we are living quite a post-COVID kind of life. Everything is open. Of course, there aren't the tourists and the foreigners, but of course people wear masks. But we really have a lot of freedom now. It feels kind of normal. We can go to the holy places, we can go to temples, we can go to the stupas. So it's yeah. It's very good right now. It does feel like the prayers are helping, probably there is now such a massive immunity that things are better. Okay, so enough waffle from me. I'm going to start with the motivation, and then I'll get to the sadhana, and I mean the refuge and the money, and then do the prayer, and the more extensive dedications I'll do later, because I have another session later. And for those of you who don't know, this prayer wheel here, this has more than 2 trillion Om Mani Padme Hum. So I'm actually turning that while I'm doing the prayers. So even if I'm just chit-chatting, there's 2.7 trillion Om Mani Padme Hum continually spinning for all sentient beings. So now I'm going to void myself and disappear. Right, and I have a hand prayer wheel also, so if anyone does have a prayer wheel and is listening, then I encourage you to join and turn the prayer wheels. So I'm going to start with calling the Guru from afar, and this is the longer version, which has very extensive meditation connected with Guru devotion and also Lamrim. This is Bhagwan Rinpoche's calling the Guru. So please visualize the root Guru, your root Guru. This is Holiness, this is Rinpoche. Whoever your root Guru is, and you can think of them on the crown of your head, or above the crown of your head. But you should think that they embody all your Gurus. So one way of doing this is you can just imagine beams of light going out around them, and at the end of each beam is all of your Gurus, all the various different Gurus. So if you recall who you've taken as a Guru, and you can just think that they're all radiating out from the root Guru, and then that they kind of like just reabsorb. So you're aware that every single Guru is not separate from the root Guru. And of course, the root Guru is ultimate nature, is the Dhammakaya, the holy mind of all the Buddhas, appearing in an ordinary form in order to guide us. And then around us, we can think all sentient beings. So they are there, whether you visualize them or not, they're always there. They're always around us. Now, we always think that we're the most important one, but in reality, they're numberless. And so we just are like a vehicle to serve them, to help them. Help them do what? Well, the main thing we want to help them to do is to be free of suffering. As we know ourselves, we have so much different sufferings this life, but our sufferings are nothing compared to other sentient beings you can see around us in the world. And however much suffering we have, yet we have this precious human life. We've met with gurus and teachings, therefore we're in a position to be able to help, just like someone at the top of a well, and people have fallen to the bottom of the well, and that person at the top is able to throw down the rope to help the others out. So we're able to help. Yeah. So then with that wish to be able to help sentient beings be free of their suffering, whatever that suffering may be, whether small or great, and not just humans, but all the numberless beings in all the various different realms. And then how are we going to do that? Because we can't even stop our own suffering, really. We can't stop our own delusions. We can see from morning to night delusions coming up constantly, and we follow them, we grab onto them, we do negative actions spontaneously, effortlessly. So how are we going to help others? Well, we're going to have to really open our hearts and call out, cry out, and really implore and beg our gurus to bless us and work through us, to make us one of the 1,000 arms of Chenrezig, doing their activity for all those beings that we meet. So we really focus on the Guru and the crown of the head and really pray, please grant your blessings. And then we do this prayer. And where it says me, we're gonna add all sentient beings. So Lama, think of me. Lama, think of me. Lama, think of me. The wisdom of all Buddhas, one taste with the great bliss, Dhammakaya, is itself the ultimate nature of all kind Gurus. I beseech you, Guru Dhammakaya, please guide me and all sentient beings, always without separation, in this life, future lives, and the Bardo. Wisdom's own illusory appearance, conquer with 7 branches, is itself the ultimate basis of emanation of all kind Gurus. I beseech you, Gurus Sambhogakaya, please guide me and all sentient beings, always without separation, in this life, future lives, and the Bardo. The play of various emanations, suiting the dispositions of the many to be subdued, is itself the behavior of the Sambhogakaya of the kind Gurus. I beseech you, Guru Namanakaya, please guide me and all sentient beings, always without separation, in this life, future lives, and the Bardo. The play of the inseparable 3 Kayas, appearing in the form of the Guru, is itself one with the very essence of all kind Gurus. I beseech you, Guru, the inseparable 3 Kayas, please guide me and all sentient beings without separation, always, in this life, future lives, and the Bardo. All the infinite, peaceful, and lustful yidams are also the Guru's nature. And since no yidam exists apart from the kind Gurus, I beseech you, Guru, who comprises all yidams, please guide me and all sentient beings always, without separation, in this life, future lives, and the Bardo. The ordinary form of all Buddhas arises in the aspect of the Guru. Therefore, no Buddhas are observed apart from the kind Guru. I beseech you, Guru, who comprises all Buddhas, please guide me always, without separation, in this life, future lives, and the Bardo. The very form of all conquerors' wisdom, compassion, and power arises as the Guru. Therefore, the supreme Arya saviors of the 3 types are also the kind Guru. I beseech you, Guru, who combines the 3 types in one, please guide me and all sentient beings, always without separation, in this life, future lives, and the Bardo. The 100, 5, and 3 types, however many elaborated, are the Guru. The pervasive master in whom they're all included is also the Guru. I beseech you, Guru, as master of all the types of Buddhas, please guide me always without separation, in this life, future lives, and the Bardo. The creators of all Buddhas, Dharma, and Sangha is the Guru, the one who combines all 3 refuges is the kind Guru. I beseech you, Guru, whose presence combines all refuges, please guide me always without separation, in this life, future lives, and the Bardo. Thinking of how the actual form of all Buddhas arises in the aspect of the Guru, and mercifully guides me, reminds me of you, Guru. thinking of how you show the excellent, unmistaken path to me, an unfortunate, wretched being, abandoned by all the Buddhas, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of this excellent body, highly meaningful and difficult to obtain, and wishing to take its essence with unerring choice between gain and loss, happiness and suffering, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of the experience of not knowing what to do when the great fear of death suddenly descends upon me, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of the experience of just now suddenly separating from all the perfections of this life and going on alone, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of the experience of my naked body falling into terrifying fires of hell, being unable to bear it, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of how the suffering of hunger and thirst without a drop of water is directly experienced in the unfortunate prayerathon, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of how very repulsive and wretched it is to become a foolish, stupid animal, and what it would be like to experience it myself, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of a refuge to protect me from this, since I'm now about to fall into the wretched states of bad migration, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of how white and black actions are experienced, and of how to practice thorough and precise engagement and restraint, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of a method to escape this prison of endless existences, the source of all suffering, reminds me of you, Guru. Thinking of the plight of my pitiful old mothers, pervasive as space, fallen amidst the fearful ocean of samsara and tormented there, reminds me of you, Guru. Therefore, Guru, please bless me to generate in my mental continuum effortless experience of the profound three principles of the path and the two stages. Please bless me to strive in one pointed practice of the three trainings with the intense thought of renunciation in order to reach the secure state of liberation. Please bless me to train in the precious supreme bodhicitta with a special attitude, taking responsibility to liberate all my greatest by myself alone. Please bless me to follow up with the ocean of conquerors with a will to cross to the very end of the great waves of deeds of the conqueror's sons. Please bless me to realize the supreme view free of extremes, in which emptiness and dependent arising, appearance and emptiness complement each other. Please bless me quickly to generate the experience of taking the three kayas into the path, ripening the bases of birth, death, and bardo. Please bless me to arise as the illusory divine body itself, the play of the four joys and four emptinesses, of the wind and mind absorbed in the central channel. Please bless me to meet the ultimate Guru, the bare face of my innate mind, with the covering of perception of true existence and perceiving it as true removed. Please bless me to be one with your three secrets, Guru, the vast Dhammakaya of great bliss, which has exhausted the elaborations of the two obscurations. In short, please abide inseparably in the center of my heart. until the great enlightenment, and mercifully bless me, the child, to follow after you, the Father. Guru, think of me. Guru, think of me. Guru, think of me. May now give rise to heresies even a second in regard to the actions of the glorious Guru. May I see whatever actions are done as pure. With this devotion, may I receive the Guru's blessings in my heart. Magnificent and precious Guru, please abide on the lotus seat of my heart. Guide me with your great kindness, and grant me the realizations of our holy body, holy speech, and holy mind. So having said this, you can imagine that the Guru very happily descends down through your crown to your heart, resting at the heart, absorbing and becoming oneness. And think now that you, your mind, and the Guru's holy mind became one. So first of all, there is no greater or more powerful prayer solution than praying to the Guru. And if we constantly pray to the Guru, then we're constantly remembering the Guru, we're constantly with the Guru. And then from our side, we do have some compassion. Of course, we have compassion, but we don't have limitless compassion, and how could we even understand that? But then when we see the valid Guru, or in the presence of the valid Guru, we reflect on the qualities of the valid Guru, then our comprehension, not just intellectual, but our hearts embrace and realization of what compassion looks like when it's fully developed, is nurtured. So we can see that our compassion is far, far greater than we could ever imagine. So when the Guru becomes one with our hearts, then think that we receive all those qualities, and now our actions become, in harmony with the actions of the Guru. So we recite the Bodhisattva attitude. This is the way of actually living the life, determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings. When more precious and a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. So there we are. You have to bring to mind a few people. It can be someone that you're close to, that you love, you see as kind, and think that they're wish-granting jewel. But then also bring to mind a stranger, and through your understanding of Dharma, have also that thought that they too are a wish-granting jewel. Fulfilling all our wishes. Then bring to mind somebody that you dislike, someone who's harmed you, someone you don't really want to think about, and bring to mind that they too are a wish-granting jewel. every single sentient being is object of compassion, particularly pitiful, suffering sentient beings, object of compassion. So without each one of these sentient beings, not possible to generate compassion. It's not possible to generate bodhicitta. It's not possible to become bodhisattva, do the bodhisattva practice. It's not possible to achieve enlightenment. Therefore, we need each one, every single one. Therefore, they're all wish granting for us, but they're also wish granting because all the previous Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, including our own gurus, they became fully enlightened and able to benefit, able to teach, able to guide, able to do all the extensive activities that sentient beings need because of each single sentient being. So for that reason also, there is no Buddha Dhamma Sangha without pitiful, suffering sentient beings. Therefore, every single pitiful, suffering sentient being is a wish-granting jewel. Therefore, may I become like a wish-granting jewel, completely fulfilling all the wishes of these transmigratory beings, and like a wish-granting tree, completely fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. In the Bodhisattva attitude, I give up my body, enjoyment, and wealth, and even all virtues of the 3 times without any sense of loss, in order to accomplish the welfare of all sentient beings. So sentient beings are mothers, wish-granting jewels, are just the same. By giving away all, I will pass beyond suffering, and my mind will achieve the non-abiding sorrowless state of omniscience. Since everything is given up all at once at death, it's best to now give it away for sentient beings. Having given this body to all beings, to use however they want for their happiness, even if they constantly kill, criticize, beat me, and so on. Let them do whatever they like. Even if others play with my body, put me down and make fun of me, since I've already given this body to them, why resist that? Let sentient beings do anything to my body that doesn't harm them. When anyone encounters me, it might never be meaningless for them. Whoever generates a thought of anger or devotion by looking at me, may that very mind always become the cause to accomplish their every success. May all those who say unpleasant things, harm me physically, or likewise complain about me behind my back, have the fortune to achieve enlightenment. May I become a savior for those who lack a savior, a guide for those who've entered the path in all lifetimes, and the boat, ferry, and bridge for those who wish to cross over water. May I become an island for those seeking an island, a light for those wanting light, bedding for those desiring bedding. May I become a servant for all beings who want a servant. May I become like a wish-granting jewel and a wish-fulfilling vase. Actualize knowledge mantras, a great medicine, a wish-granting tree, and a wish-granting cow for those beings. like the four great elements, earth and so on, and like space. May always be the means of living in many ways, with innumerable sentient beings. Likewise, in every realm of sentient being, equaling the limitless sky, may always be the cause of their means of living in every way, until they all attain the sorrowless state. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, for as long may I remain, dispelling the suffering of sentient beings. So that's the first part of this three-part session. And now we're going to go to the actual practice in Thangtong Gyalpo. This practice, in fact, it's mainly the prayer. So the main thing is to recite many Om Mani Padme Hum, and then recite the prayer. Well, you can imagine, as His Holiness Secretary said, you know, if you're someone who's recited at least 10 million money, you can imagine that your words have power. But the refuge prayer at the beginning is also very special because it was given by Chenrezig to, I'm not sure, as a disciple or a teacher of Thangtong Gyalpo. So this prayer actually comes from Chenrezig. And I did see that one great modern master, Zuga Control, who's emanation of genuine control, the great Rinne master in the last century, one of the greatest masters, the Rinne tradition. He said that he himself, whenever he has problems and difficulties, will recite this prayer over and over again. And he gives it to his disciples to recite over and over again. So that's just this refuge prayer. So this is not a simple thing, this refuge prayer. So all sentient beings who've all been my mother, been my mother in the past, numberless times, and kind. I've totally depended upon them. And they've helped me in every way and sacrificed themselves. So right now it's my turn, me the child, to repay their kindness now that they need help. All sentient beings, my mothers, for infinite light space. There's not just one or two or three of them. And they're not just the ones that I know or I can imagine in this earth, but they're infinite because there are the 6 realms. Infinite light space, just in an unimaginable number of them who have been kind to me, who have been my mother, who are wish granting jewels, and who are suffering and want to be free from suffering, and who have and looking for how to be free. They see Buddha Dhamma Sangha's refuge and go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinas. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. The potential of our own mind to become the Guru, Guru Chenrezig. So everything is there. There's nothing we need from outside. Everything is there. We just need to clear away the impurities and the obscurations. It's like cleaning the mirror. How amazing is that? All the numberless sentient beings, limitless the sky, who are suffering. But they all can become Buddha. They all can become Buddha Chenrezig. They all can be free of suffering. They all can achieve limitless happiness, perfect, fully accomplished enlightenment. How amazing is that? They all can achieve that, There are those who have achieved it, the teachings exist. There are numberless beings guiding, and there are numberless beings practicing, and we all take refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinas. We go for refuge to empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Yeah, so there's external objects of refuge. Yes, there are external objects of refuge, but there's also the internal objects of refuge. You know, there is the conventional refuge, the ultimate refuge. So as Amishi says, when she says, you know, the meaning of refuge, meaning of Buddhist is inner being. Someone who doesn't look for happiness, ultimate happiness outside. They're not looking outside for the solution to all the problems. They're looking inside to the mind. So one way looking, there's problems. Another way of looking, there's no problems. There's no problems. All depends on the mind. The mind has the power. So simple, so difficult. Up to our own minds. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinas. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So special. This prayer is so special and so blessed, coming from Chenrezig. Coming from Chenrezig himself. So then next, you imagine that all sentient beings around you, so they all experience various different types of suffering, but all in human form. We've all taken refuge, and now think that we all recite the Mani or Mani Padme Hum. So this Mani Padme Hum, which is the manifestation of Guru Chenrezig in the form of 6 syllables. It also encompasses all the teachings of the Buddha. So since it's a manifestation of Chenrezig's holy speech, then there's also Chenrezig's holy body and mind. And then in the prayer wheel in front, you know, there's more than 2 trillion, and then this prayer wheel is spinning. You think that each syllable is making its own sound. And beams of light are coming from this prayer wheel, and you can think all the numbers of prayer wheels in the world are all spinning, and beams of light coming, radiant beams of light, and they clear away all your sickness, and they clear away all the sickness of those around you and of all sentient beings. It's a very simple visualization. They clear away all the sickness, particularly the COVID and the causes of the COVID, but then also all the other sicknesses and all the byproducts from COVID. You know, there's poverty, difficulties from grieving, from those who've died. There's so many different things from the COVID. So think that is meant to be to clear away all the sicknesses, causes of sickness. Think about it, they clear away the delusions and all the negative karmas, imprints, and the very roots of the delusion, the ignorant mind, perceiving things wrongly, distorted way, not seeing reality. I think that's all cleared away as the prayer wheel turns, and we recite the mantra Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum.